2022. Can we have a huge round of applause for everyone present this morning? Yesterday, we had a very enriching experience in the first half where we had panel discussions, we had speakers, we had our chairman, our deputy chairman addressing the entire team. And what happens in the second part, day 2, is going to be even more interesting because they say ships in a harbor are safe, but that's what not they're meant for. So let's sail, let's soar and roar on day 2 of Maritime Public-Private Conclave 2022. My name is Rahul Manjal, and I always believe in this one quote which says that a personality that displays confidence always gains the confidence of the people. Our first speaker of the day talks about the Sagarmala program and an overview of Maritime Vision 2030. If I have to elaborate his achievements, I'm going to run out of breath. He has worked as the managing director of SciCom, followed by a full stint as CEO of MIDC. He also worked as Commissioner of Employment and Self-Employment of Maharashtra before joining Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai as Additional Municipal Commissioner. Capital value system in property tax was introduced under his tenure, and he also worked as Commissioner of Sales Tax for Maharashtra, working on bringing GST into reality. Yahi nahi, he has also managed the Corona Control Room in Maharashtra in testing times. He has recently been empaneled at the secretary level under Government of India, and presently is also the chairman of MBPA and also holds the additional charge of the Goa port. Let's welcome one and only one, Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, with a huge round of applause, everybody, as he takes over the first session of the day.
Of bringing you a small preview of Sagarmala program, an ambitious program of Government of India, and Maritime India Vision 2030 that was also unveiled in February 2021 at the hands of our Honorable Prime Minister. It would be a slightly longish, but I have tried to concise both the initiatives of our government. Presentation. I think they are putting. Done? So we start with Sagarmala. In fact, this is a very ambitious national initiative which aims to bring a steep change in India's logistics sector performance by unlocking full potential of India's coastline and inland waterways. The vision of Sagarmala is to reduce logistics cost for both domestic and EXIM cargo with optimized infrastructure investment. In fact, Sagarmala aims to reduce logistics costs for EXIM and domestic cargo, leading to overall cost savings of about 35,000 to 45,000 crores per annum. You may be wondering how these figures are so humongous. but there are a lot of calculations that have been done, presuming that various developments will happen in the next decade. Some of this is direct cost savings, while others are savings from inventory handling costs, resulting from time and reduced variability in transportation of goods, particularly containers. These cost savings apply to current industrial capacities as well as future coast proximate capacities for energy, material, marine and discrete industries that would come up through port-linked industrialization. In addition, Sagarmala aspires to reduce carbon emissions from transportation sector also by about 12.5 metric tons per annum. The concept of port-led industrialization is central to the Sagarmala vision. Port-led development focuses on logistic-intensive industries where transportation either represents a high proportion of costs or timely logistics are a critical success factor. So future development around the ports will focus on these initiatives. The industries can be structurally competitive if developed proximate to the coast or waterways. India somehow failed to catch up on this concept. They would be supported by efficient and modern port infrastructure and seamless multimodal connectivity. The population in adjoining areas will be sufficiently skilled to participate in economic opportunities on offer. This is another big focus on skilling the nearby community. The synergistic and coordinated development of the above 4 components, which is on the left side of your slide, will lead to unlocking of huge economic value. The 5 main components of Sagarmala program, which are on the right side of the slide, is port modernization and new port development, which is going to lead to capacity expansion of existing ports as well as development of few new greenfield ports, especially the non-major port category. Port connectivity enhancement, which will lead to connectivity into the hinterland by optimizing cost and time of cargo movement through multimodal logistics solutions, and Gati Shakti is going to play a big role in improving the present situation. Port-linked industrialization will help develop port-proximate industrial clusters and coastal economic zones to reduce logistics costs. Coastal community development will promote sustainable development of coastal communities by skill development, livelihood generation activities, fisheries development, coastal tourism, and the like. Coastal shipping and inland waterways transport impetus is aimed at moving cargo through the sustainable and environment-friendly coastal and inland waterways route, and inland waterways actually has seen a quantum jump in cargo movement. The Sagarmala journey, as you may see, was approved by the Union Cabinet on 25th March 2015. As part of the program, a National Perspective Plan for comprehensive development of India's 7,500 kilometer coastline and 14,500 kilometer of potentially navigable inland waterways and maritime sector was prepared, which was released by the Honorable Prime Minister on 14th April 2016 at the Maritime India Summit 2016. From April 2016, as you can see, to March 2022, 802 projects worth 5.49 lakh crores have been formulated. Out of these, 139 projects worth 867 crores have been funded out of Sagarmala funds. This slide actually shows you certain key statistics related to Sagarmala and how Sagarmala has significantly contributed to the success of public-private partnership projects as well. We can see that since inception, 29 PPP projects worth 45,000 crores have been completed out of total 194 projects worth 99,000 crores. At present, 31 public-private partnership projects worth 51,000 crores are under implementation, and additionally 63 public-private partnership projects are under various stages of formulation, which you can see as sanctioned projects or DPR preparation projects or at the concept stage. This slide gives you a glimpse of the focus areas which are quantified in terms of number of projects under the 5 major themes of Sagarmala and the cost under each, like coastal shipping and inland waterways, coastal community development, port-led industrialization, port connectivity, and port modernization. Enhancing logistics efficiency is the key focus objective of Sagarmala, and through key projects for mechanization, like you can see the mechanization of 3 berths at Paradip port amounting to 1440 crores, upgradation of berths at Vizag port amounting to 395 crores. Sagarmala has substantially contributed to bringing in logistics efficiency and improving ship berth day output. By supporting rail and road connectivity projects, it has also brought down cargo dwell time and subsequently ship turnaround times. So these initiatives will ultimately lead to decrease in cost of doing business as well as ease of doing business. This slide shows how Sagarmala initiative is trying to give more impetus on development of the coastal cargo. It's a very, very difficult area presently, very challenging area for us to tackle. And in fact, even though we can say that we have achieved a growth of approximately 10% coastal shipping, but still we have a big ground to cover. And we are still actually deliberating within the ministry as well that what new steps, what major steps can we take so as to enhance coastal shipping. The various key interventions of incentivizing creation of dedicated coastal berths, reducing port tariffs for coastal cargo, priority berthing for coastal ships, relaxation of cabotage rules, as well as green channel for coastal goods. These initiatives have been taken in the last 7 years, and this has added to ease of doing coastal shipping. In addition, Sagarmala has also focused on providing RoRo and RoPax services to ease the road and rail congestion. The Mumbai to Mandwa RoPax service as well as Ghoga Hazira RoPax service have been supporting the Sagarmala initiative. In fact, Ghoga Hazira RoPax service, I will give you some figures, which commenced in November 2020. It reduced travel time from 10 hours to 4 hours. That has helped ply 15,000 plus trucks and more than 2 lakh passengers, and has been quite popular, and an additional service will be added on the same route in coming months. Mumbai to Mandwa RoPax service, though it has not impacted on the cargo movement per se, but it has helped in reducing the congestion on the roads. As everybody knows, more than 5.5 lakh passengers have travelled on this route till March 2022, and more than 25 plus projects of RoRo and passenger jetties have been planned under Sagarmala, which will help promote coastal transportation. Development of non-major ports also has been a focus area under Sagarmala. 13 projects at non-major ports, as you can see, several ports across the country worth 910 crores have been taken up for implementation, and a financial assistance of more than 392 crores have been sanctioned through Sagarmala for development of non-major ports. Some of the major projects include the Kadalur port, you can see the Puducherry port as well, and this will really help uh, adding capacity at non-major ports. These slides now focus on some of the initiatives through Sagarmala, which is adding to capacity development as well as easing in both passenger and cargo transportation at various locations. One of the initiatives has been floating jetties, where guidelines have been issued by the ministry, which includes technical specifications as well, and National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coasts, which have been initiated by the ministry at IIT Chennai as working on this, and can also provide support to private sector as well in taking up these initiatives. The second initiative is water aerodromes for seaplane operations along with Ministry of Civil Aviation. Various sites have been identified, and presently technical work is on along with Ministry of Civil Aviation how to take these projects forward, because safety is a big concern as far as movements of seaplane is concerned. Under skill development also, the focus has been on training the community near the coast, as well as training people who are involved in shipbreaking near Alang, and sanction of projects and skilling is underway in a big way under Sagarmala. Besides these initiatives, Sagarmala has also tried to ensure the capacity building through development of Center of Excellence through our ministry, where a lot of laboratories have been established, certain new courses have been designed, as well as new courses at the demand of the ports as well as the trade. They are taken up so that we can meet the modern demands of the industry. The National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coasts at IIT Madras has been of great help to all the major ports, and a lot of issues where the ports were actually finding it very difficult to conceive as well as have technical inputs have been eased out, and that has helped in bringing in efficiency in new project development. At IIT Kharagpur also, another center for research, testing and experimentation has started, and Inland Waterways is working very closely with IIT Kharagpur along with other major ports as well. Sagarmala has also actually taken upon itself that India should increase its global footprint in the port sector, and a company, India Ports Global Limited, has been incorporated, and I believe there is going to be a session today by its MD, and how India is developing the Chabahar port is going to be showcased through it. The funding pattern for Sagarmala projects, as you can see in this slide, is mainly through four means: through public-private partnership investment, equity support through Sagarmala Development Company Limited, grant and aid assistance directly through Sagarmala, and internal resources of the various ports. Projects with a high internal rate of return have basically been funded through public-private partnerships, while the projects that have high social impact but a very low IRR, they are greatly funded through Sagarmala funds. This slide shows the public-private partnership investments at major ports since launch of Sagarmala in 2016. 75 projects worth 50,000 crores have been granted approval since the beginning, with maximum approvals up to 23 have been given in the period 2016 to 2021. 49 projects worth 38,000 crores are operational, while remaining are in various stages of development. The investment in such projects has grown from more than 28,000 crores to 40,000 crores in the period of 7 years since 2014. Sorry, I think I missed that slide. This slide actually shows the various investment opportunities which are there for private operators, as yesterday shown for Vadhavan Port, at Tuna Tekra under the Deen Dayal Port Authority, development of container berth by VUCP Authority, development of Western Dock 2 captive jetties, O&M container terminal berth at Deen Dayal Port. So these are various big projects that are in line for future developments, along with various container terminals, bulk cargo terminals, and multi-purpose jetties, parking terminals, etc., dry dock shipyard development, etc.
A vision finding its way into a glorious reality. An expansion scripting a new chapter in history. Infrastructure development is one of the key focus areas of Government of India.
Government of India's commitment to port-led development can be seen through the Sagar Mala scheme.
Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways has undertaken a number of reforms and initiatives in the last 7 years. The Sagarmala program is a big step towards propelling India as a leading maritime nation. A journey has led most phenomenal upgradation of the Indian maritime sector towards reducing logistics cost with minimal infrastructure investment. Sagarmala project in the last 7 years has ensured noteworthy development of India's 7,500 kilometer long coastline through port-led development. More than 800 projects across various categories of port-led development taken up for implementation under the program. 194 projects completed and more than 210 projects under implementation. Promoting PPP investment and moving towards landlord model for development. More than 120 projects with estimated investment of rupees 2.5 lakh crore planned for implementation in PPP mode. Around 70 projects planned for implementation at major ports authorities, taking steps towards developing world-class port infrastructure. More than 200 projects at a cost of rupees 2.5 lakh crore have been undertaken for implementation at Indian ports, adding more than 200 MTPA cargo handling capacity. Ministry through Sagarmala has financially sanctioned projects related to development of non-major ports to enhance their capacity and efficiency. Construction of transport infrastructure has eased transportation to and from the coastal areas to the rest of the country, leading to smooth integration of the maritime and shipping sector to mainstream business operations. Connectivity infrastructure has been strengthened with implementation of rail, road, pipeline and multimodal logistics park projects by various central and state agencies. Sagarmala Development Company Limited, SDCL, invested equity of more than rupees 500 crores in 4 SPV for executing crucial port connectivity projects. With the implementation of PM Gati Shakti, integrated planning and seamless connectivity will be established across different modes of transport for providing efficient movement of people, goods and services. Ministry has taken lead in promoting waterway transportation for common men by starting RoPax services at 2 locations. Mumbai Ferry Wharf, Mandwa in Maharashtra, Ghoga, Hazira in Gujarat. Giving specific emphasis to urban water transport in Mumbai, Ministry has sanctioned more than 20 projects in the Mumbai region. It'll create the alternate mode of transportation to avoid road congestion. Multiple RoPax facilities across the coastline are being set up to decongest roads, reduce pollution and reduce logistics cost. Over 14% of India's population resides in the coastal areas, and fishing is major economic activity for coastal community. For upliftment of coastal community, 21 fishing harbour projects have been taken up for modernization and expansion. 9 fishing harbour projects have been completed so far, with 4 in Tamil Nadu, 2 harbours in Kerala, 2 in Karnataka and 1 in Maharashtra. Modernization and upgradation of fishing harbours adjacent to major ports taken up in convergence between Sagarmala and Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana of Ministries of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. As an alternate solution to India's overcrowded fishing harbours, concept of floating jetties for marine operations have been taken up by the ministry. Such floating jetties to further serve different needs of communities living in coastal regions by providing landing platform for tourism, water aerodromes, police outlook posts, etc. 50 locations for installing floating jetties are being planned for implementation in short term, and around 200 locations have been identified for mid and long-term implementation. To promote world-class maritime research, education and training in the country, Sagarmala, in collaboration with the premier education institutions and major ports, have established maritime research and training centers, giving specific emphasis on skilling and thereby providing better livelihood opportunities for coastal communities. More than 3,000 candidates have been trained under the Sagarmala DDU GKY Convergence Program. In addition, more than 35,000 workers have been trained at Safety Institute located in Alang in Gujarat. The first of its kind, Maritime Heritage Complex is being planned for setting up at Lothal in Gujarat, showcasing rich maritime heritage dated back to 5,000 years. Under the aegis of the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sagarmala program has been on the path of growth with optimum utilization of resources. The Ministry is committed to increase maritime trade and provide boost to economy with our commitments towards sustainability.
Now I will turn to Maritime India Vision 2030. It's an ambitious plan for a decade, launched in February 2021 at the hands of our Honorable Prime Minister. Actually, this gives a blueprint to ensure coordinated and accelerated growth of India's maritime sector. It has been formulated in consultation with over 350 plus public and private sector stakeholders comprising ports, shipyards, inland waterways, trade bodies and associations, national and international industry, and legal experts. More than 250 plus brainstorming sessions and study of 100 plus global benchmarks and best-in-class examples and analysis of 50 plus acts and laws, both state laws and environmental laws, have led to the development of MIV 2030. MIV 2030 identifies over 150 initiatives across 10 themes covering all the facets of Indian maritime sector and is a comprehensive effort to define and meet national maritime objectives. In fact, the first theme is to develop best-in-class port infrastructure. Seeing the evolving global shipping market and 10-year traffic projections across commodities and regional clusters, India needs to upgrade its port infrastructure to increase the market share. MIV 2030 has identified key interventions across 4 areas: brownfield capacity augmentation, developing world-class megaports, development of transshipment hub in southern India, which was being questioned yesterday by Bala, and infrastructure modernization. So these 4 areas have been taken up under the concept of developing world-class port infrastructure. The second theme is driving end-to-end logistics efficiency and cost competitiveness. The overall logistics costs in India is higher than best-in-class benchmarks, primarily as a result of larger hinterland distances and higher unit costs. Port land industrialization, a means to bring industries closer to ports, has started gaining traction with port-based SEZ developed at JNP and efforts across other ports. Sagarmala has outlined 200+ port connectivity projects to improve access to ports via road, rail, coastal and inland routes. With Gati Shakti coming into play, let us hope that this efficiency drive gets a big thrust. Enhancing logistics efficiency through technology and innovation. With an aim to achieve 5% share in world exports, India's exports need to grow aggressively in the next 5 to 10 years, and it is imperative that Indian ports to strengthen maritime capabilities and improve ease of doing business. The key interventions that have been identified to enhance efficiency also include creation of a national logistics portal, which is at very last stages of development and will come up, I think, by next month or September. Various functional processes, digitalization across maritime stakeholders, digital-led smart posts, and system-driven port performance monitoring. There has been a strong push under MIV 2030 to strengthen policy as well as institutional framework. There has been an amendment in the existing legislations, including the Major Port Authorities Act, the Merchant Vessel Act, and the like, strengthening the Model Concession Agreement and further developments as far as Model Concession Agreement is concerned, promoting more public-private partnership, providing fiscal support and financial resilience to enable overall sustainable growth in the sector. Enhancing global share in shipbuilding, repair and recycling. The MIV 2030 aims at shipbuilding in a big way in the country, though it needs to overcome a lot of challenges and our competitors in the globe. Creation of ship repair clusters, it's a very, very needed activity. There has been a focus, but because of COVID, on the policy front, we have been lacking on this area, and the ministry plans to revive this objective of its. And there has been an increased push on ship recycling as well, where we plan to reach number 1 in ship recycling by end of the decade. The next theme is to enhance cargo and passenger movement through inland waterways. We have potentially navigable waterways of about 14,500 kilometers. We were focusing on 6 national waterways initially. Now the number has been raised to 106 national waterways, and with this focus, cargo movement through national waterways will see a great push in near future. The 7th theme of MIV 2030 is to promote ocean, coastal and river cruise tourism. We believe that over the next decade, the Indian cruise market has the potential to increase 8 times, driven by rising demand as well as disposable incomes among the Indian middle class and upper class. However, to do so, India will have to focus on the development of infrastructure to unlock this demand. Optimized development and phasing strategy are necessary for development of cruise sector, and the key interventions that have been identified include terminal infrastructure development, theme-based coastal and inland circuits, cruise training academies, island ecosystem development, and operationalization of ferry and river cruise terminals on national waterways. Theme number 8, enhance India's global stature and maritime cooperation. We all know that India's trade with BIMSTEC nations has grown at an annual rate of 10%. However, the geographical proximity and maritime connectivity offer an even higher potential for collaboration. With India being the largest of the BIMSTEC economy, the country needs to take a leadership position to drive cooperation and collaboration among nations. With multiple efforts being undertaken to develop and strengthen connectivity, including ferry, cruise, and cargo with neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, additional areas also are being explored to further bolster maritime cooperation, like strengthening permanent representation at the IMO, common standards, and promoting Resolve in India. Also, concerted efforts to drive collaboration with advanced maritime countries such as UK, US, Netherlands, etc. are also being planned, and several initiatives are underway in this regard. Maritime India Vision 2030 also focuses on making our ports safe, sustainable, and green, and the ecosystem around it. India has set a target to achieve 40% national energy through renewable sources by 2030. Indian ports also need to adhere with international maritime organizations, alignment to the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which includes obligations on safe, efficient, and sustainable ports. To reduce environment pollution, Indian ports have started multiple initiatives such as driving solar and wind energy adoption, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Swachh Sagar portal for waste management, etc. To ensure safe work environment, Indian ports are striving to introduce multiple safety measures to prevent accidents and incidents. The last theme which MIV entails is to make India as a top seafaring nation with world-class education, research, and training. Presently, India contributes 10 to 12% of the world seafarers, but is facing rising competition for other countries in Southeast Asia like Philippines. Key interventions have been identified for promoting research and innovation, enhancement of education and training, and development of conducive ecosystem for seafarers and port-led capacity development. This slide, actually what I had elaborated on the 10 key themes, tried to distinguish between ports, shipping, and waterways, and all has been elaborated with number of initiatives highlighted against each one of them. The key targets, the document actually is quite exhaustive, but key targets in a nutshell showcase that the major ports with more than 300 million metric tons capacity cargo handling is envisaged at 3 places, which Mr. Sanjay Sethi highlighted yesterday in his talk, that by end 2030 India plans to make 3. In fact, the ministry is almost formulated the 2047 target as well, where the number of this 3 is planned to be made as 8 in the country. The percentage of Indian cargo transshipment handled by Indian ports, which is presently 25%, is planned to be increased to 75%. And percentage of cargo handled at major ports by public-private partnership and other operators, which is presently 51%, is planned to be raised to 85%. And to drive this, a lot of initiatives are happening presently with the new MCA being launched and further initiatives in the pipeline. The average vessel turnaround time for containers also is planned to be made below 20 hours. The average container dwell time from 55 hours is planned to be brought down to 40 hours by 2030. Average ship daily output gross tonnage This you can see the global ranking in shipbuilding and ship repair. India aims to come in the top 10, and in ship recycling to become the number 1 by 2030. Annual cruise passengers number is going to be substantially high, majorly being contributed by the domestic cruise lines, and percentage of seafarers from 12% to more than 20%, and percentage of renewable energy at major ports from presently less than 10% to more than 60% over a period of next 10 years. In fact, this slide showcases the impact of Maritime India Vision 2030, which envisions an overall investment of 300,000 to 350,000 crores across ports, shipping and inland waterways. The vision roadmap is estimated to help unlock more than 20,000 crore worth of potential annual revenue for all Indian ports put together, and the potential impact is shown on the right side of the slide. In fact, this slide showcases the capacity expansion under public-private partnership across all 12 major ports, and it shows that about 423 MTPA capacity enhancement is planned over the next decade, with a total investment cost of more than 33,000 crores. And you can see that 95% of the capacity expansion is planned under public-private partnership mode or captive mode by the ports, and through internal resources, very less the investment is envisaged, about 1,300 odd crores. So there is a big opportunity for private sector in capacity enhancement at the major ports. The MIV's major focus has been to make our ports to come under landlord model. As you can see that 28% of the berths are presently under the PPP or captive mode, which handle about 51% of the cargo. 39 berths across the various major ports. You can see the timelines are also given. They have been prioritized for landlord model in phase 1, and Ministry is very keen, and almost a monthly review takes place to ensure that we don't beat the timelines. This is the Atmanirbhar Bharat and public-private partnership provisions for shipbuilding and ship repair, which aims at enhancing internal and domestic capability. The planned repairs of vessels for all contracts under rupees 200 crore value to be carried out through local shipyards under the Atmanirbhar Bharat provisions. All public sector undertakings and Government of India entities shall repair the vessels under their control, either owned or operated, in Indian yards only, in pursuant with the DPIIT PPP Atmanirbhar provisions. In case of bundling of ship repair services, either by job work or vessels or any other means, the individual values of services shall fulfill less than rupees 200 crore criteria. All this is giving a flip to domestic capacity development, and PSUs have also been mandated to publish all their vessel repair, upgrade, conversion requirements for next quarters, 4 quarters, means what you are planning to do in the next 1 year, to put up on the website so that the local domestic shipyards can plan their capacity enhancement and augmentation. In fact, Maritime India Vision 2030 has identified the key issues across PPP concessions, which is being taken care of by various initiatives at the level of the ministry, and hopefully we will be able to tackle the problems related to present PPP concessions as well. This slide in a nutshell showcases the various initiatives that ministry has already undertaken as far as objectives of MIV 2030 are concerned, the revised guidelines for chartering of ships by providing right of first refusals to ships built in India has also been brought out in February 2019. For ship recycling also, a national authority for ship recycling has been initiated. Director General Shipping has been made as the national authority for ship recycling, and various initiatives in the waterways sector also is going to give a big fillip to coastal trade. I think this presentation, the small film that was made at the launch of Maritime India Vision, will give the various features of MIV 2030 in a nutshell. Can you please play the video?
Maritime sector facilitates over 95% of India's EXIM trade and is a key employment generator for the nation. Recognizing the pivotal importance of the sector, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, under the able guidance and leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has embarked on a path-breaking journey named Maritime India Vision 2030 to reform and transform ports, shipping and waterways of India and energize them up as we sail towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Whenever ports are more efficient, it contributes to India being Atmanirbhar and a global hub for trade as well as logistics.
The Maritime India Vision 2030 identifies 5 key areas to propel India's growth into the next decade. The government has planned several initiatives to create world-class port infrastructure, which will reduce logistics costs and benefit MSME and manufacturing sector in the country and drive realization of both Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India for the world. Government has identified 39 berths which would be operated on PPP basis. Maritime India Vision plans to implement several digital initiatives which will increase operational efficiency and benefit stakeholders across shipping, trade and logistics. A landmark reform was the passing of the Major Port Authorities Act 2021, aimed at giving impetus to operational efficiency for major ports. MIV 2030 will deliver tangible benefits to the logistics, manufacturing and agricultural stakeholders. 5 key pillars of India's shipping reforms would not only pin India at the top of the global marine map, but also boost local manufacturing, recycling, tourism, creating millions of job opportunities. The vision seeks to significantly increase Indian tonnage on Indian-built and Indian-flagged vessels. Most Indian shipping breaking yards today are Hong Kong Convention compliant, and the government is committed towards doubling the capacity and making India the #1 destination for shipbreaking globally. Cruise traffic in the country has risen 5 times, driven by timely and visionary policy-level interventions in the sector. Vision lays out multiple initiatives for India to be the preferred global destination for maritime education, research and training. The Maritime India Vision 2030 offers to take multiple steps in augmenting navigational capacity, seeking private partnership and all-inclusive and sustainable development for freight passenger and tourism network for our national waterways. In addition to cargo, river cruise tourism will be provided support and impetus. The development of water aerodromes and the provision of seaplane service for the benefit of passengers and tourists is being jointly undertaken by Ministry of Civil Aviation and the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways of the Government of India. Vision 2030 also provides a roadmap for a comprehensive development and promotion of urban water transport system across major urban centers, which will provide a safe, low-cost mode of transport for citizens. Maritime India Vision 2030 takes Indian maritime sector to world-class levels, generating more than 3 lakh crores of investment, more than 20 lakh jobs, and will provide an unparalleled platform for our port-dependent MSME and local farmers to export their products by gaining access to national and international markets. Led by a visionary leader and followed by a nation, the vision is all set to lead us to an unprecedented phase of development and prosperity.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
If there are any questions you wish to ask, here's a good time. If there are any queries, we'd like to address them. Please feel free.
We are late for the day. We can go with the next section.
All right, it gives me great pleasure. Sir, what a fantastic start to the session. May I request you to be on stage for a minute more? And may I request from the team, may I request Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, our chairman, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Rajiv Jalota ji. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. That was just the perfect start we needed for this morning session. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Sethi ji. इसी के साथ, it's time to start the first panel discussion of the day right here at Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. And the topic we are going to touch upon is the future of PPP projects in major and non-major ports in India. And may I take this opportunity to first introduce the moderator, Shri Jagan Narayanan P., the Director and Practice Lead for Transport, Logistics, Mobility at CRISIL. He has over 17 plus years of consulting experience across business strategy, corporate and competitive strategy, commercial due diligence, project feasibility, new market entry, process and operations improvement. Apart from advising large corporates and government PSUs, he has worked with clients in Middle East and Asia Pacific. Let's welcome our moderator for this panel discussion, Shri Jagan Narayanan P. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. It also gives me great pleasure to share our panelists. Our first panelist is the Managing Director of the J.M. Bakshi Group of Companies, Mr. Dhruv Kotak. A diversified, yes, let's keep the applause going, a diversified business group with over 106 years of maritime experience with customers across 55 countries. Dhruv is the fourth generation entrepreneur, and he has been instrumental in making the group truly a global organization. Our next panelist is Shri Atit Mahajan, MD for CMA and CGM. A big round of applause for Mr. Atit Mahajan. He's a man with a mission with his experience to develop the portfolio in shipping, inland services, supply chain, and logistic domains. His strong experience of being a part of the management teams gives him deep domain understanding of the shipping industry. And our third panelist, well, a name that needs no introduction. With 48 years in the Indian shipping, he has been ashore on a ship since 1994. He's seen the start, the development, the trials, and the travels of PPP since inception. And he's the Senior President of Sarjak Container Lines. Let's have a huge cheer for Captain Dinesh Gautama. Let's welcome Captain Dinesh Gautama with a loud round of applause. Over to the gentleman.
Yeah. Welcome to one and all. It's a pleasure to be here. Um, you know, first of all, Chairman MBPA, you've really stolen the thunder of this session in terms of the kind of statistics that you've put across in your presentation. It captures all in terms of what is the kind of opportunities which is available. So thanks a lot for, in a way, context setting and making my life a bit easy in all of it. So if you have seen across this presentation, close to about 3 lakh plus crore of investments or opportunities there in the whole port sector as such. I just want to take a minute in kind of elaborating that further because the topic says PPP in ports, but ports by itself has a lot more in it than just the water side part of it. So where all can these kind of investments happen, and probably that's how we can probably engage these elite panel out here. Starting just as a full port itself being bid out, that's one part which is there. Then you have the terminals which is there, that is inside a particular port where the majority of the investments are being planned in terms of the berths or the terminals which are there. Then you have the whole context of the CFS, ICDs, which are a bit external to the port. Again, investments can happen out there. Then you have a lot of connectivity related aspects to the port itself. So the external connectivity in terms of roads, in terms of rail, all of that, and there also an investment will be there. Then you have the whole industrialization part, which is there in terms of an FTWZ, the whole port as a port city as a concept itself is being looked up significantly. Then you have port services, which needs to be kind of privatized, and Dhruv, yesterday I saw your quote on that why not look at port services and participating in those port services part of privatization part of it aspects which are there. So I think close to about 8-10 facets are there in terms of privatization or asset monetization or involvement of a private sector in the overall gamut of ports. And we're not even talking about the land monetization aspects which comes across the ports. I'm keeping that aside. There's also a concept in terms of the social and the health infra. Again, a lot of PPP aspects are there. So if this is the spectrum of opportunity which is available for us, I think it'll be a good to quickly look at what has happened in the last 25 years of what is the privatization, what are the key learnings which are there, and then we will talk about what are the opportunities which are going to be there. Can I request, Captain, for you to kind of talk us through, with your experience in the last 40 years of how then things are across.
Can I take the rostrum?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Everybody can hear me? Yeah. Out of my 48 years in Indian shipping, half the time with PPP, at a time when there was no PPP. And I brought in my ship at Mumbai port and asked them what's the minimum guaranteed throughput, and I was told 30 moves per shift of 8 hours. I said, how many cranes? Use as many. Today, 30 moves, 1 hour, 1 crane. What a change. What a change. From 1991, when India opened up the economy, that was 1991. Immediately thereafter, came in P&O Ports, 1992, with a proposal. With a proposal, around that time, 3 years later, what was the first attempt to privatize, as Mr. R.R. Sinha will vouch, he took out the first tender for Alewadi port. I was there in the car going to Alewadi to see what it is. In front of me was P&O Ports going. And we both came back and suggested it should be Vadhavan. At the tender meeting, I was present. And I said, it should be Vadhavan. Of course, there was no brief for Vadhavan, so it did not take off. Thereafter, in December 1996, yeah, the slide is there. Okay, so in 1996, the tender came out, the first one for privatization. Before that, let's have a look at the ports, because I always get new figures, 190 ports in India, 200 ports in India. Let's get some correct figure of number of ports in India. So I go into the first schedule of the Constitution. It tells me 12 trusts, 12 ports, major ports, out of which 11 were trusts, which today we call authority, and 1 is a corporate body. The rest are non-major ports. We've changed the terminology. Before we had minor ports, an intermediate port, and a major port. But we had to change it, and now it's major and non-major. So that my figures are correct in the number of ports, I've given you the ports which are there state-wise. State-wise, here are the ports. That's how I got my number of 135. Yeah, okay. No, but I've got to point it there. Now, why was the PPP route taken? These are not my words. These are the words of the government. This is not my definition. It's the definition of the government. That PPP the route was taken with a view to harness the potential of the private sector. Government formulated policies to attract the infrastructure and development through PPP. Here, we go through the timeline. 1991, liberalization. 1992, a proposal is received from P&O Australia to operate a container terminal. 1993, a shift is made from licensing to privatization. In December 1994, the global tenders are floated for operating the second terminal of Nhava Sheva. Jan 1 to Jan 6, the negotiations took place. October 26, 1996, the MOF puts the new guidelines on the private sector participation, and February 2nd, the second terminal is awarded. 1997. It's around the same time, a little before, that Mumbai Port Trust, as it was said by Mr. Jalota yesterday, they were the first ones to start the privatization by something called BRS. I was the one who operated that BRS, Birth Reservation Scheme. What was the throughput? I was asked to ensure that the throughput should be 375 TEUs per day of 24 hours. So we operated that. Roughly we had to get about 60,000, and we continued the contract into the second term with 10% extra. After that, Bombay Port Trust gave the BRS number 3 ID and number 2 ID, both were given. So we saw the operations of BRS, Birth Reservation Scheme, which was really the first attempts to start Birth Reservation Scheme. Now, March 25, 1997, the Major Port Trust Act was amended to constitute TAMP. And on March 27, 1997, our first player, NSICT, incorporated itself. The setup, while March 1997, it incorporated TAMP. In April, TAMP was set up. July 3rd, the first BOT agreement was signed with NSICT. I was standing at the wharf when my first ship came in. It was unique, it was nice. Very nice because it was out of this way. And don't worry, I was again standing in 2004 November when the next terminal GTI began. They were still refurbishing the berth. It was not on build operate, it was just on refurbishing. And that's when my next ship came in there. I was standing there. I remember I was called for the berthing windows. And I was told, I said, there's no window. I mean, everything is empty, as a matter of fact. It's a whole door, not a window. They said, take what you want. And I put in a small ship of 120 TEUs, of 120 meter length. Of course, they grew so fast, privatization, nice. They grew so fast that after 1 year I was told, can you move out? We are full. You are too small. So, yes, it was nice. It was nice to see the progress. Nice to see everything happening so fast. Now, the guidelines kept changing. We have got now presently, I think, 2019 and 2000, those guidelines have come up. Here, let me give you hardcore what were the advantages. The berth productivity increased very well. 30 moves per shift to about 27 moves per hour per crane. That's good. Laden exports, they would line up at the wharf. I had to stand at the wharf to guide. Heavies, 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 go. And it was tough. It was tough trying to guide all the trailers at the jetty, at the wharf, all trying to load the cargo. Today, you leave it at the CY and go back where you want. Then, pre-berthing delays. Oh my God, we had to fight. We had to fight for the pre-berthing delays. At every day Operation General meeting, one fine day I had to go and tell the port, listen, this berth is made for containers. Gantry cranes are put. How can you put a bulk carrier berth? How can you put a bulk carrier there? I had to fight for the berth for a container ship. Today, I must come within my window limit. It's unique. It's out of this world. There were shutouts, which were very common. Today, we don't hear of them. Then, tally was always manual. We had to wait for the person to come back from the port so that we could update our report. Then, the turnaround time was in days. Today, as you've seen, it's in hours. And the round voyage time, which was always erratic, is today fixed. It's today fixed. You can see the developments and the advantages right in front of you. What should be the road ahead? Just a few points. What should? Yes, definitely, we should get the bigger ships, because today, the 24,000 TEU ships are 400 meters long. Then, one point, there should be better inter-terminal transport. Inter-terminal transport is important, and I think it should improve a little bit. Third, may I make a suggestion? I mean, I know some people will jump. How about relaxing cabotage between private ports? You relax cabotage between private ports and you will have everything developing fast. Every time we have got to look at section 406, 407 to be relaxed. The only time I remember when it was genuinely relaxed was when there was a breakdown at JNPT. And when it was relaxed means the government of India said section 406, 407 are suspended, finished. They were suspended for 6 months. I managed to get their extension for another 6, at least for 2 years we worked. That was a nice period. So, I would say, I've gone through this relaxation, I've gone through the development of 25 to 27 years before PPP, and now continuing with PPP. It's fantastic. I think it's a very nice thing you did this enclave. It has probably opened the eyes of everybody that yes, PPP is the mode to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting that context. I'll quickly jump into the future part of it. Quick statistics in terms of why PPP and why the private sector investment is so critical. In about, let's say, last decade, the private sector participation in terms of the overall funding in the infrastructure, say, if you have to look at it, has come down from about 35% to come something like 24 to 25%, right? And the expenditure has been borne by, front-ended by the central government and the state government. This can't go on forever, and this needs to change. And hence, there is a real need for the private sector to and invite them in the participation part of it. This is on the overall infra space. But if you look at the port sector, the good news is, of all the terminals which have come up for bidding in the asset monetization aspect, there's been good participation, at least between 3 to 5 bids at the least, I would say, has been there. So I want to get Dhruv on to this. Will this momentum continue going forward as well? Because we have seen what Sir has put across in terms of the ambition of the government by, as of Maritime and the vision pipeline part of it, in saying that close to 33,000 odd crores at the minimum is expected to come through from the private sector. So how do you see this, and what has changed, and how is this momentum going to be going forward as well?
First of all, I think the word good is, you're really playing it down. If you look at JNPCT, which, I think the tenders opened last week, there were 4 people above 4,000. And again, if you personally ask me, and I'm saying this, I think, between CMA and ourselves, we were the successful participants in that. And you can check with Atit. I didn't think we would win at that level. So I was, and I shared that with the port as well. I think there was a possibility that some of the incumbents could definitely have gone higher. Now I'll tell you why. And you were whispering that question.
I'm dying to hear.
Yeah, you were whispering that question into my ear, right? So Jagan, I know you're a consultant, but I think the very fact that you're asking me this, I don't think you visited JNPT in a long time. If you look at the road grid, if you look at the connectivity, you look at the DFC, you look at the draft, I think it's an unparalleled location. I think when we look at infrastructure and we compare, different modes of infrastructure, I think ports are uniquely different. In fact, they're a little similar to airports in that sense, but they're very different from telecom or other forms of infrastructure, where the location and the connectivity and the ecosystem of a specific location is which is what is very, very valuable, and very valuable not only for a port operator, but very valuable for a shipping company, very valuable for a logistics company, very valuable for an importer and exporter. Because today also, when we look at JNPT, and we have the privilege of also operating in a place like Vizag. Now, and I think I'll bring a smile to the chairman and deputy chairman of JNPT, but not a smile to me, but the last 2 years of COVID, I've lost close to 15,000 containers a month to JNPT from Vizag. Because the connectivity and the ecosystem and the network in JNPT is so tremendous that it draws like a magnet volumes from other parts of the country. And it's not because, it's not for any other reason, it's because the ecosystem is so established. And the cost per unit is, is just unbelievable in a place like JNPT. So no, I think the answer, to take that point forward, I think combine that with the locations that the major ports are in. And I think they are in phenomenal locations, and they have the advantage of time, and they've been in existence for a longer duration of time. They've been able to create a very strong ecosystem. So I think it's JNPT, I think, of course, is top of the pops on that one, but I think same with Mumbai, same with Kandla, same with Vizag, same with Tuticorin, same with Paradeep, same with Kolkata. I think across the board, they've had a head start over any other location in terms of being able to build a phenomenal ecosystem. I think the second part, which is, I think, parts of what is there within the MIV, and I'll cover a bit of that, but I think within the MCA itself, I think the current MCA is one of the most business-friendly documents that could have been created as again, as an outcome of the MPA, the Major Ports Authority Act. And if you look at, the way it's currently framed, is that it actually creates a lot of optionality and a lot of, I think, the learnings, right? So we've had, I think Mr. Gautama was very correctly saying 25 years back, sorry, I was in shorts. My father tried bidding for a couple of concessions that time. I think, I think it was difficult for us smaller Indian companies at that stage to compete with multinationals. But I think if you look at the journey over a 25-year period, I think full compliments to the government. We've been able to consistently learn and improve and make that document extremely business friendly and has kept into consideration a lot of the challenges which have been faced over a duration of time. So I think in that sense, probably guys like me have the, I think the privilege and I would say the luck of being in this era, in this period, where a combination of two things, one is the ecosystems have developed, the rules, the regulatory framework has become extremely business friendly, enabling companies like us, with 25 years I couldn't compete, a company like us couldn't compete in this segment. Today I think here we are able to compete, and I think that's because of the ecosystem that's been created. So to answer your question in a single statement, I think there is going to be a lot of participation in the, the NMP across the ports. I think just one factor, I think if you look at how business friendly the JNPCT bid was, I think there's a lot of work that the port has put in, which cannot be ignored, which means they've made it business friendly for a PPP operator to come. They made it friendly for whoever are, for all the current workforce. They made it fair for them. They made it fair for and attractive for the new bidder. They made it very, very cost efficient for someone to come and put down. Today, where do you get a 1.6 million TEU terminal for a, for the low thousands of crores of, investment? You won't be able to build that anywhere. So I think, I think it will really come down to how a port makes those assets attractive, and they have to look at each project from a prism of, from that specific logistics and ecosystem prism, which JNPT has done beautifully. And that's the reason for this degree of participation. So I think a lot of ports can attract a lot of participation. It really comes down to the port authority and whether they are able to make the concession using the MCA framework, using the MPA framework, using the MIV to guide them. If they're able to do it, I don't see why you won't see this type of participation everywhere. I think it really comes down to how the port authority sort of moves on that. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
No, excellent. I think you summed it up well. Make it business friendly, engage people, have a good ecosystem going around at the port, then the bids will continue to flow. There is no dearth, if I were to use the word capital as well, along with the interest part of it. I think that's what it is. It's quite heartening to hear that as well. I'll come back to the question on to you in terms of for the Indian entrepreneur, how things could shape up going forward. Over to you, Atit. From a putting across saying that a foreign line, if I may use that terminology, how do you see India, and how do you see the partnership going forward? It could be specific to containers to that extent, but if you can also put across for the other, because PPP is just not specific to containers, what are the sentiments echoed across the other commodities as well, because the berths are across different cargo types. So what's your, and how do you look at India going forward? And I'll tell you why in context of, I think there's a lot that can be done. Just taking in a parlance from a road sector perspective, or even from an airport sector to that extent, part of it. Roads today, if you see, more than 80% of what is there of roads is actually not in a way owned by Indian companies. You will see, I'm saying 80% is an understatement to that extent, if you understand what I'm saying, is by foreign funds, not taking names in part of it, but that's how it is. Either the pension funds, foreign funds, all have come, and this is leaving alone the NHEI part of it, because that's a big chunk, but if you take other parts of it. So the limited point is it's maturing there. So there's a lot more confidence being shown. The funds have started to come in and put across. So not only from an operator perspective, liner perspective, you see that is that coming across in the port sector, because that will be the next level of maturity which will happen. Please.
So from a point of view of how we see India, so basically with a population of almost 1/5 of the whole world, and we knowing that this 7 billion all over the world is going to be 10 billion by somewhere around the mid of the century, which is a 50% increase of market in itself. Okay? And a large part of it which is going to come out of India. So, it means, okay, we can talk about the next couple of years, how the market is going to be, but we know how the market in general is going to be. India is a place which will keep intriguing foreign investors, and more because of its domestic demand, and also from a point of view of what we are doing as India related to Make in India and all those aspects. The fact is, globally now we see that from a geopolitical point of view, we do see a general shift which is seen from a point of view of China plus policy, and people, it's not only about China, it's about the fact that people have realized in the last 2 years that their supply chains if you have very concentrated supply coming from a very concentrated geography, it's not something which is going to be sustainable. And this time it was pandemic, but there can be something else which can create a issue. So from that point of view, India is one of the most stable economies which the global players are, everybody is looking at. So from that point of view, India is going to be the most important destination for any infrastructure or any port-led any investment. When you said this one interesting thing which you said, that more than 80% of the roads are owned by non-Indian entities. But this is not very surprising, because if you look at the per capita income of India and the per capita income of the developed world, there is a huge difference, and which basically tells us that we are a capital-hungry country. Okay. And initially the capital will come from outside. We will have development based on that capital, and then we will have something where our per capita income increase and the capital will start coming from our own indigenous capital will start flowing in. That's the cycle. That's the cycle which even China went through. That's the cycle which we will have to go through. From a point of view of like rightly what Dhruv mentioned. So from a point of view of, and your initial question which you asked, that will there be interest of private sector in the PPP models on the port sector or any other infrastructure sector, if you can ask broadly? Yes. The most important thing is what Dhruv said, which was experienced in JNPT, and that is why you saw a lot of people interested in that asset, is the overall ecosystem which surrounds the port, and that is the most important thing, because when we talk about our logistics cost being higher than the world average, it's more because of the bottlenecks which we have on various connectivities and infrastructure. So the main point is for the public sector, because the public sector is going to put capital and they will look at a ROC. So for them to be sure on the ROC, the overall environment which actually is around the port, or the infrastructure which is beyond the port, is something which is very important for us to attract more investment in these sectors. So the answer is there will be interest, but there will be a lot of work which will have to be done, and you will see a varied amount of interest at various assets based on how this peripheral infrastructure is going to be there. So that's what my thought process is, if I have answered you.
So thanks for that. Captain, getting new into the conversation post the presentation. So one is the terminal part of it, right? Then you have the ports. Those are the big boys, the big money part which is there, right? What are the other things that we should not lose sight in the chase for the big bang part of it, right? Which should also be in parallel. One or two which I can kind of think of is in terms of connectivity part of it, right? And we did start with, say, in Pipavav to that extent from having a private participation in the rail part of it, which has really not taken off to that extent, which we would have wanted to see going forward. So in those aspects, which also needs to, along with the port, and both of them are talking about efficiency, the attractiveness of the port, and all of that is also interlinked if what happens probably outside the port as well, and inside the port as well. So what are the other opportunities could be there for the private sector to that extent?
I remember, I'll take that. Yeah, I remember we were planning, I mean, many years ago, looking at a place, can we create an ICD? Okay. We kept searching for the place on the coast, again in the same area, from Mumbai right up to Gujarat. And we came across one location, a very small location, and in one of our board meetings, I was asked, how does this location look? I said, seems to be so nice. It is 150 kilometers from Nhava Sheva or Mumbai. It's 130 kilometers from Hazira. So you got 3 ports. You got it more than just 50 kilometers from Alewadi. It's 30 kilometers from Vadhavan. It's 25 kilometers from Nargol. Absolutely the perfect place. And the land was purchased and the ICD was set up with rail connectivity. With rail connectivity. So yes, it's port-led development. You're looking at the ports, and here we were looking at 5 ports. Doesn't matter, in the future, Vadhavan is coming up, Alewadi is coming up, Nargol is coming up. 2-3 in Maharashtra, 2-3 on the Gujarat side. And that place, plonk, we picked it up. Nice. So these are some of the factors we take into account. The world has got 944 terminals, container terminals, 944. And another 5-6 will be added by introduction of this. Yes, so just to give you an idea, we do take into account some of these things before setting up something inland, but it's driven a lot by the port.
Sure. Dhruv, question to you in terms of how do you see capital itself, right? And as I'll come back to you in terms of the whole Indian entrepreneur from what it was before, and now you're getting to play that part of it, right? And that context, at the end of the day, in other infrastructure sector, if you see, it has come to the cost of capital. Because from a differentiation, and I would love to hear also from you if there is a differentiation aspect which can be brought in. If it is not there, then is it who has the cost of capital or the access to the lower cost of capital? Is that going to be the fight going forward in terms of PPP, and who will be in a better position to kind of bid for this? Would love to hear your views on that.
Yeah, so I think that's what's changed over a period of 25 years, right? Today, for me to go and I'm going to name them. You don't like naming them, but I'll name them. For me to go meet a pension fund in Canada, there are 10, 15 of them. If you want to meet a teachers fund in the US, there are about 50 or 80 of them in different states in the country. If you want me to go meet a Japanese pension fund or a Korean pension fund, it's not difficult. Sorry, I can name more: Swedish, Denmark, Norway. There's plenty. So I think accessing capital and being able to get capital at a competitive level is not difficult anymore. The world is far more connected. It's far more global. And I think the ability to access that capital and put it to work is no longer a challenge what it used to be. So I don't think that's the issue.
And that's the good of India as
No, I think that speaks great of India, because today, I mean, the very fact that you mentioned that on the road side that you have more pension funds and infra funds who are directly invested into the road assets is a tremendous thumbs up for India. I think the challenge with ports is slightly different, and I'll come back to it. It's not about capital. It's unlike a road you have to build the road, manage the tolls, yes, but effectively it's largely an annuity business. Ports can be an annuity business in some commodities, if they are captive in nature, if they are bulk in nature, if they take or pay in nature. But like, for example, when I look at containers, or if I look at multi-purpose, I look at certain, and there is a fair bit of that. Or if I look at the port as a whole, they are a very different nature of assets. And to really get return and yield on it, it's a very logistics approach that needs to be taken to it. So I think, I still think we have time before we start attracting that type of capital. I think we're about 5-7 years away. I think I'm going to use this opportunity. I've got, the chairmen of the port here. Maybe one suggestion which I would give, and I'm going to be a bit early on this one, is that I think, sir, we will have to look at migration from, and there has been a talk of it, but we need to look at InvITs in port terminals. And it's complicated, sir, because unlike an annuity in a road model, moving to a InvIT structure in a concession and SPV is a very interesting suggestion. I've got, Atit here. I've got, friends from DP World. I've got CSLA represented here, and there were a lot of shipping liner participants. And I think what I would recommend, sir, is maybe at some stage in the future, sir, part of the PPP process, so we should look at InvITs. And I think InvITs can provide a huge benefit for you, Atit. Being a shipping line, you can bring a certain degree of consistency to port volumes. But at the same time, the structure can be a phenomenal route for you to enter. It will make your investment and your returns more efficient from a structuring point of view, from an upstreaming point of view. So I would again, probably talk about InvITing, but I still think we're about 5 years away from both a regulatory acceptability, investor acceptability, and stakeholder acceptability for it. To answer your question, I've been thinking about this for the last 3-4 years. But I still think we have some time to get there. There will be a lot more work that needs to be done. I'm definitely going to try and be the first InvIT in the major port trust space. And I'm sure I will face a lot of challenges and a lot of hurdles, but I think that's the fun of it. And that's why I said 5-year timeline, because there are a lot of things that need to fall into place to make that happen. I'm going to take that question that you mentioned earlier about Indian entrepreneurs. I think the opportunity set that the MIV gives us is just unbelievable. When I was, when Jiroda Saab was presenting, right, and it brought memories back, I had the privilege of being in one of the committees. I think there are so many areas where you can participate. I sometimes feel I don't have enough of management capability or bandwidth. I don't have enough of probably, resource capability which is available, but I'd love to do all of them. And I see opportunity sets in all of them, whether it's digital, whether it's logistics tech, logitech, whether it's the total development of the cruise industry in India, domestically, and the various services that go along with it. I think shipbuilding is a very focused and while difficult, but I think it's a very focused and a massive opportunity set. I think coastal shipping is huge. And I think ports is just touching I think ports is a massive enabler. And we are absolutely right, port-led development, what you mentioned, sir. But sir is talking about THUM, right? That's the ICD he's talking about. Now the interesting thing about THUM is, the interesting thing about THUM is that if you go into the manifest of JNPT, the single biggest location, even before THUM, was number 1 was Umargaon, number 2 was Silvassa, number 3 was Vapi. So a very smart location, because the top 3 import and export locations of JNPT port were from there. So the opportunity set for, and again, today, thank you, you asked me how I'm going to afford it, but today, whatever is the tariff, let's just say, I'll give you a number. Let's just say the tariff is 6,000 rupees, right? For a THC. The reality is that Mr. Gautama, when he was in THUM, was collecting 40,000 rupees to deliver the cargo to a factory there. And by the way, saving money. I'm not saying not saving money. So the wallet share for connecting down to that customer, and the opportunity sets that that provides is just huge. So I think there is just so many things that entrepreneurs can do. I wish I had a lot more bandwidth capability to do a lot more, but it's huge.
Excellent. That's quite energizing. And in context of InvIT, Dhruv, you are being conservative in saying 5 years hence. But if you look at from a REIT, which was there for so long, and then the InvITs on the infra side, if you have to look at it, an explosion has happened. Every quarter, the public InvITs are couple, two of them, one in the power and one on the road side. But otherwise, on the private InvIT side, private part of it, so many of them have come through. I'm actually losing count of how many are there. This is not the REIT part of it. This is pure on the other parts. So I'm saying that knowledge, at least from a capability, capacity, and the external stakeholders, is pretty much there. Specific to ports, it needs to come through, but that will come through quite fast. It doesn't need to have that kind of a lead time of so many, 4 5 years. There could be other aspects to be there, but I think that's great to look at it. So I think in terms of the overall sentiments and how you see the world part of it, right? Is that anything that we need to be watchful of in terms of murmurs around recession, murmurs around growth getting tapered off, the quantitative tightening now from easing perspective. So all of that, is that a risk factor in terms of how you're looking at in India, or not specific to you, but others who will be looking at India? Is that something which is playing in people's mind?
What all the issues which you said about is a part of a cycle. Okay.
Of course.
So yeah. Yes, if you ask me in the short term, yes, there is an issue. When you have a 9% and 8% of inflation in Europe, Euro denomination and USD denomination, it's not something which happens regularly. And there will be a bit of, if this continues, there will be a bit of consuming of essentials kind of economy which is going to happen in the Western world. Just today I heard that, taking this into consideration, the oil futures have dropped by 10%. So this is, so it's a crystal ball again. The crystal ball which we were not able to see in August or in 2020 when the demand suddenly hit us like a missile. The same way, we do feel that there are some concerns on the demand side because of these issues, but I think so this is more cyclical because such high level of inflation by the end of 2023 and 24 will, having this higher base, will show the inflation is going to be at 2 or 3% in end of 2023 and 24. It all depends on how the war goes, but these are a lot of, there are a lot of variables which we can't say today. But yes, in the short term, there will be issues. But when we are talking about PPP, when we are talking about horizons of 15 to 20 years, where I said already that, we know for a fact that the world population is going to be at least 50% growing in the next 20 to 25 years. And when we say 50% increase from 7.5 to 10 billion approximately, your market is increasing. So from a point of view of how this is going to play out, whether there will be requirement of infrastructure, whether there will be demand in the next 15, 20 years increasing in the Western world, yes, that's going to happen. And from that point of view, I don't see the topic which we are discussing should have a concern. Yes, we as a shipping line, maybe for the next couple of years, we may have to look at a concern.
You had a great couple of years before, so I'm sure that will be there. On that great high note, I think I'm conscious of time. I'll just open up for Q&A from the audience if there are any specific questions to be asked. Yeah, please.
The mic to your right, sir.
To Mr. Dhruv, actually, being in Visakhapatnam, you operate that VCTPL there. You are surrounded by two other non-major ports, Gangavaram and Krishnapatnam. So the topic of today is the context of PPP in major and non-major. So how is the competition being taken care of there? Being that I think Adanis have now taken over Gangavaram also. So how are you coping up with that and the future year also? Because Diggi is also like coming up here nearby, and we have Nargol. So, and probably a second question I think, which I would like the audience, the panel to draw some more light. There was a proposal where private operators were allowed to run the trains. Somehow that experiment never took off, and why did that happen, and any suggestions? Because this esteemed our chairman and all and IPA chairman are there. Maybe any suggestions? So that I think if that also is made attractive, it would also in one way help all the operators and the stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think first of all, on the East Coast, and that's a great example, right? We've got, I mean, not Gangavaram, we've got, let me start. I've got Dhamra, Gopalpur, next door is Gangavaram, Kakinada, Krishnapatnam. So that's the competition profile, all right? So it's not, sorry, I can even probably say nor Katupalli, but that's, I mean, I would say if I just stop at Kakinada, Krishnapatnam, I think that's enough. I think that's truly the competition profile. So when you go back and you look at, you know, where are you connected to, what is the cargo mix, and I'll answer that. I think it's very similar, the answer is very similar to what I mentioned earlier about JNPT. I think you gave an example of Diggi. I think JNPT in terms of its connectivity, in terms of its logistics, its infrastructure, I think is probably at least a decade ahead of what I think, you know, Diggi potentially could be. I'm not saying it can't be, but at least potentially what it could be. I think a lot more, but let me leave it at that. I would say at least 10 years minimum. I think if you look at it again from a micro market perspective between all these different locations that I named, including Gangavaram, I think it comes down to you know, really logistics, right? What's your first mile, last mile? What's your connectivity? What's your rail connectivity network? What's your road connectivity? What's your landed cost for every single importer, exporter for the different locations? When Sir was talking about TUM, Hazira is operational. Hazira is operational. He doesn't do one TU from Hazira, he does it all from TUM, all from JNPT. And Hazira is closer. So why? In the end of the day, I think logistics ends up being a lot more complicated and a lot more, I think there are benefits of an ecosystem, established ecosystem, the same thing that I mentioned earlier. Vizag has had a head start over a number of ports as a container port. When we started Vizag, it was year 2002, and we were doing 700 TUs per month. We're doing 51,000 TUs now, and I'm pretty confident that, you know, moment shipping cools down a little bit and, you know, Atit can afford to put a few more ships onto the east coast of India, I'm sure, you know, and so CSLA, when things get better, I'm sure they'll put more ships on the east coast of India. I think the potential market is about 80,000 in a place like Vizag. So I do believe there will be competition. I do believe that there will be competitive pressures. I think the same thing that needs to be addressed is for us as an operators to keep working on ecosystems to make sure that the landed cost, whether it's container freight stations, whether it's rail, whether it's road, whether it's the, you know, in time to come, the feedering network, the linkage between all the major ports on the east coast of India, I think there will be a lot of opportunity sets which we'll have to keep working towards. So today, if I were to turn around and say that, no, we'll never face competition, no, far from it. I think it's just taking a leaf out of the JNPT book and applying it to other ports, I think is what we need to do and we need to try and achieve. And I think by doing that, we will be in a position that that ecosystem will become stronger and stronger and we should be able to hold our own. I think, what is the second question? If I can ask? Rail. No, sorry, I beg to differ about the rail part. I think the rail part to start with was, you know, very much a failure for private companies. I think I won't actually, I'm going to be one of the few people who's not going to blame the government. I think the government was clear what they wanted the private rail operators to do. We were not. We were not clear what was the policy and what was expected from us. And I think a lot of us got burnt and a lot of us went through a cycle of immense amount of pain for the first few years. The rail business is a lot like shipping. I would say a little bit tougher because you end up having a lot of, for you to build two-way trade, improve your fill factors, get routes going, it's painful. Having said that, today I would say there are, in addition to Concor, there are at least 7 or 8 very successful private rail operators who have scaled up tremendously. Today I have, as JM Bakshi, and I'm probably one of the more medium-sized players, I have 25 trains. I have 25 more on order. And we do a lot of work from Mundra, Kandla region into the north. Hopefully we can do the same thing in JNPT, and we do the same thing in the east coast of India. So I think the private rail operators have been very successful. I think just taking this opportunity, I think if you look at PM Gati Shakti and the NMP, there's a lot of opportunity to rebuild and build. To build and rebuild a ICD network with the DFC coming. I think you will see a lot of traction with the private rail operators in the next 3 to 5 years. With Concor privatization, I'm saying you'll see a lot of traction in this space, a lot of competition coming in this space, and therefore a lot more private participation. I'm actually, I think quite hopeful in terms of I would say the development as well as the progress that this sector has had.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think from an investment perspective as well, close to about 6 lakh crore, just throwing some numbers right on. So, and that's going to be continued. And if you look at from a budget perspective, the 2 main ministries in the overall infra space, so to say, in a way, ports is thought as more self-sustained, if I can use that word. But roads is one, about close to 2 lakh crore goes through, and railways is generally at its behind. It's again 1.99 lakh crore. So I think a lot of impetus in terms of putting in new tracks, signaling, safety, lots of stuff which has happened. If you see wagon itself, huge 90,000 wagons have got ordered in the last part of it, and it was done in record. So I think a lot of emphasis is being put by the government as well. I think all of that will yield into a lot more, connectivity aspects is there. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I'll touch on both the points. The first one point, what he mentioned was with respect to the trains, and the other, why were you only doing to Nhava Sheva and not to Hazira? Okay, despite the fact that Tumb is 160 kilometers from Nhava Sheva and 130 kilometers is Hazira, but don't forget that at Nhava Sheva, 14 services a week, 1 terminal. There are 4 terminals. You get about 60 to 70 services a week. At the other end, you get just 1 service a week. So you have a much better choice. One box gets shut off, you can go on to the next one. That is the reason for you move more towards this thing. Now let's come to the second one, the container train operators, CTOs. Policy started about 10 years ago or something like that. 17 people applied, 2-3 never could take off. Then few others privately applied and got in. Usually you come in, when you come in as an operator, you try to buy 2 rakes of trains. 2 rakes, 45 wagons each. It costs you roughly 20 crores per rake. You're not supposed to move it yourself. You're not supposed to move it yourself, you have got the engine. Sometimes what happens is that when you want to move from here to Nhava Sheva or to some other place, the control station says, मेरे पास सिर्फ 3 engine है, अभी बचे. अभी वो, he'll put it somewhere else and I'm just waiting outside. And sometimes I've got 3 lines and I try to put in all 3 trains there. He's saying, you've hijacked my engine because now it can't come out. Okay. So we have those issues. Then other thing is, every month or something, it has to go only to its home station for undertaking the repairs and the inspection. You can't do it yourself. It's the railways. So yes, like you said, you didn't know the policy had to be, these are called CTOs, container train operators, private CTOs, and there are about, I think now we don't have more than 18 or 19, right? Yeah. Thanks. I think that's good.
All right, with this, if there are any further queries, would be great to share. Here's a good time. Yes, we have a gentleman right there. The mic on, to your left.
This question is in the context of the recent labor disturbances in US ports. the heavy dependence on gig economy has resulted, it is one of the main reasons for the labor disturbances. What are the proactive approaches that Indian private port sector would be adopting?
I think first of all, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, it's there for everyone to see.
Yeah, so far the performances have been good.
No, sir, I don't mean performances. I think if you look at the last 3 years, or 2.5 years now, COVID is almost 3 years. Sir, I think there has been minimal disruption in any of the private terminals linked to COVID. And I think when you look at the practices, and sorry, I'm going to talk from a labor point of view now. If you look at, and sir had given a beautiful chart explaining the history of privatization. Today, if you track in NSICT, I've got Jibu, you're here? Yeah, if you ask Jibu, what were you paying an RMQC operator? It's there in your records in NSICT in 1996, oh, sorry, 98, 99, 2000. How much are you paying them today? And I think I think just if you were to fix for inflation, and let Jibu answer that question, the way we are taking care of workforce in the private sector in India, in the port terminals, in my genuine view, is probably beating inflation and beating the white sector jobs in the shipping industry. So I think it's a well-paid sector. Maybe Jibu, if you can answer that.
Yeah, it must have gone 13 times to 15 times more, with some incentive parameters also coming in, which is productivity linked. So quite a lot of.
So I think the point I'm trying to come back here is that across the board, labor, and I don't want to use the word labor because I think the workforce and the workforce management that we have, irrespective the caliber of, I think it's been pretty high from the private terminal operators. And again, let's not limit it only to container terminal operators. I think whether it's the bulk operators, whether it's the liquid terminals, I think across the board, the port space has been, the private port terminal operators have been good employers. And I think that's reflective of the fact that we've had very little, I don't even remember the last real lockouts that we've had in terminals. For a long time, at least in some of the most difficult places in India. So I think the proof is really in the pudding. I think kudos to all the terminal operators who've been there.
Yeah, and added to that, apart from the salary and pay packets, the major ports had a issue. Like, if you had 10 crane drivers, all of them may not go up the hierarchy. Only one of them will be a supervisor. So the remaining 9 gets frustrated or whatever, saturated. So the carrier elevation, carrier enhancement, all these issues could not be solved in a public sector.
Yes.
How do you manage that?
I think that's...
My humble only thing is on the future of PPP perspective.
I think that's a good question. Yeah. Let me answer that question. I think that's, again, one of the solutions when you move to an authority structure and you bring in PPP operators. I'll give an example. Today, between DP World, JM Bakshi, APMT, CMA, CGM terminals globally, there are Indian operators who are, today, if they are not getting promoted in India, are getting jobs in the Gulf, who are getting jobs in Africa, getting jobs in Southeast Asia. So there is a lot of mobility which happens beyond our shores and when we build talent. So I think that's one and across the space.
Thank you.
I think the second part of it is that today, for me, talent pool is, this is the talent pool and it's growing and expanding even from an Indian point of view. So I think as we keep adding more and more terminals, we create more and more mechanization that leads to standardization of jobs. And I think that can lead to a lot more labor mobility and human capital mobility around the region. And I think that's a huge opportunity set going forward in terms of our colleagues who are working for us.
Thank you. That's a good answer.
With this, any further questions? Please do share. Over to you, sir.
No,
probably we'll keep that as the last, yeah.
No, just add to what Dhruv has told. The most important is we have to respect the work which we are doing. See, a crane driver, a good crane driver, you cannot replace him. That's something a high skill set. as far as you are giving the respect to him, I think it is not necessary you have to become a supervisor. A crane driver, you can't become a crane driver of that status. So I think like it is a respect which you give to the various.
I think the fact is that, let's just say if I put Atit puts on his, he's got his line hat on, Atit doesn't care about me. I can see my friend from Evergreen, Solon there. Solon doesn't care about me. He's more concerned with that crane operator who can give him the 30 moves per hour. What am I going to do? So the fact is that I think exactly what Jibu said, I think reality is, this is something at least, and I know a lot of the organizations here believe that. We are at least we as JM Bakshi, we are a blue-collared organization. I think everyone in our sector is a blue-collared organization. And I think we are seeing that in India, much more so. That respect is there, and that's the reason the sector has done well. So I fully agree, Jibu. Thank you.
Wonderful. With this, we conclude the panel discussion. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? And may I request our chairman, JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi, to again join us on stage to present mementos to the panel and to our moderator. Can we have a huge round of applause as we welcome Shri Sanjay Sethi, and he presents a token of appreciation to the panelists right here. Let's keep the applause going for Mr. Dhruv Kotak. Zordar taliyan ho jaye, everybody. May I also welcome Shri Atit Mahajan. A big cheer, everybody. Zordar taliyan. Also a huge round of applause for Captain Dinesh Gautama. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. And last but not the least, our moderator. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Shri Jagan Narayanan P. Can you have a group photo op, sir, with the entire team and the panel and the moderator, please? Gentlemen, it would be great if you could join us a little front of stage. Thank you for such an enriching session, and thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. A big round of applause. And with this, well, they say if you need to plan for the future, you really need to prepare. Otherwise, you'd be waiting for a ship at the airport. Well, our next session is for the proposed marina at Mumbai Port on PPP mode. And may I welcome our next speaker. The presentation will be done by Mr. Ketan Mandani from Darsha and Company Private Limited. Messrs. Darsha is a joint venture with Aquatecno SRI Italy and are the consultants to MBPA for the preparation of DPR for the marina. Messrs. Darsha has been a pioneer in providing consultancy services in infrastructure across the sectors like transportation, logistics, tourism, urban infrastructure, smart cities, etc., across functions like transaction advisory, planning, design, engineering, environment and energy, and a lot more. So let's welcome on stage with a huge round of applause, Mr. Ketan Mandani. Can you have the presentation, please?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman MBPA. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman JNPT, Honorable dignitaries, the panelists, the guests, and all the participants to the Maritime PPP Conclave 2022. I'll be making a brief presentation on proposed marina in the premises of Mumbai Port Trust. MBPA, now MBPA, which was previously MBPT, MBPA has envisaged a very ambitious project for the development of marina in the premises of Mumbai Port in the Princess Dock, as most of the people who are well versed with Mumbai Port premises must be knowing about this location, excellent location, and the project itself. In this presentation, I'll be covering background of the project, key features, project viability and project structure, and broad tender conditions. In fact, I have highlighted because the tender conditions are very broad right now in nature, as the project is, revised project structure is under the approval at SFC stage. So, as we all know, marina is basically a sheltered harbor which provides a safe parking place to the pleasure boats, the yachts, which we say, because Mumbai has got more than around 400 pleasure boats registered with MMB as well as MBPA. We don't have, until a couple of years back, we didn't have any such marina in our MMRDA region or say Maharashtra. We had only Kochi marina, and now we have one small marina in Navi Mumbai, which would, total will be maximum around 100 yachts. Mumbai has more than 400 yachts, or speedboats or pleasure boats, which are currently being parked in open sea, which is not a safe environment for these boats. These have to be sheltered in at a dry place during monsoon because of rough weather, which increases the additional cost, boat maintenance cost. There are no organized facilities for water, power, fuel, waste disposal, etc., and high cost is involved for availing such utilities. All these factors are very much crucial for development of marina, and that's why there is a demand for marina for parking of pleasure boats. It's not only this. The marina is not just an infrastructure project. It will add up to the existing master plan of MBPA, which envisages a lot of development or tourism facilities. Marina itself is a combination of infrastructure and tourism facilities, because it's not only a marina or parking facility. There will be a lot more components inside this marina premises. Currently, MBPA is exploring development of eastern waterfronts, and you can see an overall master plan which envisages theme parks, commercial development, convention centers, cruise terminals, and marina will add up to these components. You can see a photograph of boats parked outside Gateway of India, which is very difficult for the boat owners. So about the location is Princess Dock, just above the Victoria Dock, and most of you must have seen Ferry Wharf, Malet Sheriff, and it's between domestic cruise terminal and RoPax. It's around 5.7 kilometers from Gateway of India and around 22 kilometers from Mumbai Airport, and one of the most richest and dynamic area in Mumbai, that's South Mumbai, and that's why it's located in a strategically position. Project features. Yeah. This, you can see the marina will have all the components which are necessary for infrastructure as well as recreational purpose. The design of marina can be as per the international standard, which is left open, as per either Australian standard, British standards, American standards, and envisaged capacity is around 300 yachts, out of which approximately 200 yachts are to be parked in a water side of around 5 hectares, and approximately 100 could be parked on dry dock on a vertical parking, or we can say dry parking. As we know, standalone marina may not be feasible financially, and hence MBPA has also provided for additional 2 hectares land for commercial exploitation, wherein the concessionaire can make the yacht club or whatever commercial activities are permitted within the CRZ areas. So yacht club is definitely a very good business proposal for any concessionaire that takes up this particular project. All the ancillary facilities for 300 yachts like water, power supply, fuel system, waste disposal, communication, administrative offices, crew facilities, these are already planned. Ship repairs or say boat repairs facility is also envisaged. We have made an overall layout. You can see the blue colored part is for marina yacht parking, which currently accommodates, as per this plan, accommodates around 200 yachts right from 7 meters to 45 meters. There is a walkway. The orange colored is a shipyard of 0.98 hectares, which could be used for boat repairs and boat maintenance. Yacht club and commercial area is 2 hectares. 20,000 square meter is given for commercial activities. So approximately the total area is 9.02 hectares. These are the facilities proposed at the marina. Core facilities, around 300 capacity yacht facilities, repair facilities, fuel bunkers. Currently, fueling the boats is very a tedious process, wherein one goes with the fuel in the carbas and going in the mid-sea. Now, this marina will have fuel facility, electricity, water, everything, mass canteen facility, offices and reception, public convenience, convenience for crew members, and all the support facilities like waste management, firefighting system, sewage disposal, security, water supply, power supply, etc. While preparation of DPR, our technical partners have done all the studies of wind speeds, water levels, bathymetry, surface elevation, speed measurements, and all this. MBPA has proposed one particular layout, which I have already shown. It is proposed to have floating pontoons and fingers for parking of yachts and going in and out of the yachts from the platforms to the marina. As we have I had already mentioned, there is a good demand for marina because of large number of yachts being parked in the open waters. This is a broad composition of pleasure boats in Mumbai area registered with MBPT and MMB, around 396 yachts, and maximum number is between 5 to 10 tons. We can say 7 to 10 meters in length. We have already studied while preparation of DPRs about the rates being prevalent in various marinas which were competing. Of course, in India there was only one marina at Kochi. No other marina was there in India, but we have marina in Dubai, Abu Dhabi. So the concessionaire can propose market-based rate which the users are ready to pay for parking of yachts and availing all other facilities. As seen in the another graph, currently Mumbai, where maximum number of rich people or billionaires are there, and we can find vehicles, road vehicles of every possible brands, we are limited to having only around 400 yachts. That's because of lack of facilities. But as you say, supply drives the demand. In future, we expect the market for pleasure boats to rise, in the manner it can reach from 300 or 400 to 1500, 1600 in next 10, 15 years. So we can ensure, in fact, that the concessionaire will not go out of business. At least he will get entire marina full with parking. And MBPA has estimated broadly the cost of facilities. The core part, that's marina, the waterside marina, would cost around 156 crores. In land side, basic marina ancillary activities, that's administrative offices, crew facilities, custom facilities, will cost 7 crores. The dry dock, seal works and equipments would cost 28 crores. And landside commercial, that's yacht club and commercial, would cost to 282 crores. That's 473 crores. And add all the financial costs and other costs, the total project cost is envisaged to be 575 crores. That's the total investment to be made by the developer. This includes entire development cost, the excavation and transportation of excavated material and everything. In fact, the Princess Dock was, in operations before a few years, and that's why most of the quay walls are already there. Only an additional quay wall is envisaged to be constructed for half a part, and that's the reason we are saving much on the cost of construction of quay walls. Revenue streams are envisaged from marina, shipyard, ancillary facilities, and clubhouse and commercial. On an investment of 575 crores, the concessionaire can make a very good return even after providing for royalty and a premium to the MBPA. In fact, the revenue of more than 85-90 crores is envisaged to be received in first year itself from all the streams, including membership fees, events, maintenance charges, and berth rentals. I'll take you to the work done so far. In fact, the DPR was prepared in 2018-19, which was a little different, and these costs are current cost. It has been revised up to current cost. So DPR was approved in 2019. First Standing Finance Committee approval was taken in December 2019. Tenders were floated in February 2020. At that time, when first time the tenders were floated, the commercial area was only 1 hectare, wherein we envisaged that we could provide 1 hectare for commercial facilities, and rest would be developed later on. Unfortunately, the time when we floated the tender, immediately we were struck by a pandemic and lockdowns, and that reduced the investment capacity of most of the investors, the players in the field, and the dates had been extended, and during this time we received many suggestions, valuable suggestions from the players in the field. We had organized investors meet, global investors meet, wherein we received feedback from domestic and global investors, and based on that, some of the major issues raised by them were commercial development of land of 1 hectare was not sufficient. It is challenging to transport 5.6 lakh cubic meter of excavated earth, and concession fee payment during the construction was burdensome, because anyone who invests 500, 600 crores, they would like to have some breather initially for the business to set up and move on, and then they can pay a considerable royalty to the government. So then after the project structure was revised, this entire thing happened between Feb 2020 and July 2021. Current status is of the revised project structure is under SFC approval. Environment clearance is going on. We have cleared the MCZMA and MOEF stages and SES stages. Currently, we are at SEIA stage, wherein after the SFC approval, we would submit the revised plans to State Environment Impact Assessment Authority. And we envisage to float the revised tender by October 2022. Revised project structure. The total concession period is envisaged to be 45 years, and it will be on DBFOT basis. Will be providing the technical plans and designs and drawings. The developer could be free to make little alterations subject to permissions of the MBPA. The payment to annual concession fees payment method will be telescopic. In previous tender, what happened is we demanded some small amount during the construction period, and then after there was a payment of to the range of 10-15 CR from the first year of operations. Now, the payment structure is designed in such a manner that very less concession fees is to be paid in the initial years, and this is discounted up to 10 years, after which the concessionaire will start paying a higher amount in terms of ACF, and with merely 2% annual escalation. This is surely a win-win proposal for both MBPA and the concessionaire. And MBPA would get, over a period of 45 years, its land value, which amounts to roughly 300 crores in terms of NPV. Bidding process would be a single stage 2 cover process, and bidding parameter will be highest bid of annual premium over and above minimum ACF. Key obligations of both the parties: the concessionaire will develop and operate this entire marina along with commercial facilities, basic facilities which are envisaged. They will carry out repairs and maintenance regularly, maintenance of the complaint portal. Of course, this marina is also envisaged to be used by the international travelers, the sailors from Singapore, Dubai sailing circuits, and therefore the complaint portals apart from domestic users. So complaint portal is very much important. Waste management, waste oil recycling, water cleaning and depollution, sewage disposal, and operation and maintenance of yacht club. Obligations of authority. Authority would provide environment and CRZ clearance prior to handing over the land for development. Getting various project approvals. In fact, MBPA is the special planning authority for this project. Hand over possession of the project site and port assets, and providing sufficient parking facilities and approach roads as per the overall master plan. There is a huge MLCP being proposed near the Purple Gate, and MBPA is also determined to complete that vis-a-vis side by side this particular project. As per the evacuation plan, and maintenance of the channel will be the obligation of authority, the channel draft at 4 meters, and providing source of power and water supply. This is the summary. 575 crore project, 9 hectares, 9.02 hectares of land, construction period 3 years, concession period 45 years. Total constructed area in this 2 hectares of land is around 38,264 square meter. Total commercial area including club plus commercial facilities as permitted within CRZ is roughly 36,000 square meter based on the planning made by the concessioner. And NPV of annual concession fees is 297.89 crore, and bid parameter is annual concession premium over annual concession fees. And this is the payment structure for 45 years. These are just broad tender conditions. Of course, detailed tender conditions will be discussed when actual tenders are out. But as per the standard practice and within the guidelines, we'll be going for net worth, turnover, which are linked to proposed project costs, the positive net cash accruals of the bidders, their experience in design and engineering, experience in O&M of marina and yacht cells, and experience in design, development, and construction operation of marina or port projects in EPC and PPP. Thank you very much. This was the overall brief of marina project. If you have any questions, please let me know.
If there are any questions, here's a good time again. Right here, sir.
My only question is, what do you think is the potential here and the way forward? You know, how would this, you know, what steps are required to increase the potential? You know, because in Cochin, in Bolgati Island, we did plan a marina, but we floated a tender, but there was no responses there because it was a very cyclical thing. You know, they come in a certain season and yachts are not able to come in a certain season. So it never actually took off. So here, what do you think will be the major, you know, the growth enablers, and what would be the support you would require from maybe the port authorities or from the state government or from the center? Because this could be elaborated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. With regards to Kochi, I would say Kochi, almost southernmost tip of India, the marina was planned looking at the sailors in mind. They have only 45 yachts, and they depend on the sailors. No sailors would be there in monsoon. The sailors would be from Dubai or coming to Goa. Mumbai Marina will be having the potential clientele will be indigenous. We already have 300, 400 yachts. The alternate marina which is planned in Navi Mumbai could hardly accommodate 50, 60. So we already have clients in place. There is no parking space elsewhere. So this is the first step. We have an assured clientage. Second step is how best the concessionaire can market it. Because world over, marinas are also being used for various events, even the shootings of films that are happening in Dubai and all. So concessionaire has to be really excellent in all the fields, including development and marketing and maintenance of the marina, keeping the water clean, keeping the, giving all the facilities, because the boat owners are really pissed off at all the hassles which are happening mid-sea, currently going there for fuel, keeping the power on through fuel. So here, providing facility itself is an enabler. And further, it all depends on how well he operates and maintains it and markets it. Club and commercial facilities will also be an enabler for general people to go there. It's not only the boat owners who are using the boat for their own facilities, but there'll be rental boat owners who, which people like laymen like you and me can hire through this marina. All these facilities or different business structures can be developed by him. And of course, MBPA is already planning this entire region for tourism. So this definitely will grow. That's my question.
Right here, sir.
My name is Deepak Saigal.
Yes.
From Esquire Shipping. We had shown interest when this earlier tender had come out.
Okay.
The main question is, Marina itself is not a profit center.
True.
You all are trying to make Marina a profit center by itself. Marina is only creating the system so that everything else around it can do better. You are creating the infrastructure, but you are trying to penalize the infrastructure by taking it make profit. That's not going to work. Because in Dubai, you mentioned they're charging so much per yacht. Yes, because they have the ecosystem in place. It's just not the marina itself. People go to Dubai for everything else. People are not going to just come here for the marina. You have to try to create the full ecosystem. So that is what we need to know, what is the state government, center government, and the port is going to do for that.
Agreed, sir. Marina in itself is not a profit center standalone. That's because limitations or the limitations of willingness of payment by the boat owners. If you see marinas elsewhere in Europe, the standalone marina is profitable because the revenue from parking itself is enough to sustain the marina in many of the countries like Italy, France. Yes. Here, the authority has, that's why, given 2 hectares of land for pure commercial exploitation, which can cross-subsidize any of the deficiency in revenue from marina. That's number 2. Third is, as I already mentioned, for enablers and what state government is do. Of course, when the people go to Dubai and elsewhere and then visit marina giving additional land, the government, the MBPA has already planned its master plan to develop this entire port area as a tourism facility, and therefore all the components will add up to the sustainability and attractiveness of this particular project. Rest, the concessionaire has also to make his efforts in promoting his marina and getting the required clientele. Because I am sure, like for 2 years, we were stuck with only 1 hectare of land. I would appreciate MBPA in that they have taken decision to add up additional 1 hectare of land for commercial exploitation, and they have agreed to the feedback or these comments from the investors.
We have a question right there.
Good afternoon. Hi, Ketan. Jitendra Rami.
Good afternoon, sir.
See, what has been presented, I would be very upfront, is of no use. Okay. There have been wider consultations done, and the feedback that most of the interested players provided. So let's start and say that Mumbai Port has been trying to build marina for over 20 years. They have not succeeded. With this also, they'll not succeed. As Mr. Deepak said, marina does not make money. I would differ with you. The income that you generate from parking of boat will never pay for pontoon in 45 years. I built pontoon as well, that's why I'm telling you. Okay, so first of all, at a concept level, it has not yet been defined that what type of marina this would be. Okay, you go to Dubai, they are mainly social and entertainment marina, or marina driven by real estate. You go to some of the European marinas, then they are driven by refit. You know, they provide larger than life state-of-the-art yacht refit and repair facilities. This marina provides for nothing. Mumbai has 400 boats. They will reach to 1500 as per your estimate. You are providing berthing only for 200. So why are you creating a facility which is not enough to begin with? That is the first issue. So you need to enlarge the water berthing area. That is first requirement. Second requirement, a 2 hectare of land. 1 hectare, 2 hectare, you need minimum 14 to 15 hectare for marina to become financially viable. You have done enough studies of comparing marinas around the world. Find me a marina which is with 2 hectare of land and successful. You will never find a case like that. If you find, then it would be operated by the municipality or the town planning authority. And that would cater to only local sailors who are sailing small boats. For a marina, for a city like Mumbai, it has to be an iconic structure which should put Mumbai on a global map. Mumbai is one of the rare cities in the world which does not have its own marina, which is world class. So, and again, I would come back to, I don't want to go into the very minute detail because it will become a debate. You know, you have shown 5 lakh some cubic meter. That was also one of the main point of contention, that why you are not finding a bidder, because that volume would be double. You are showing -5. My friend, today the land is leveled at 0. You will dig -11. So that volume will double. So what you are still showing as a major problem that most of the bidder found, where to transport this material, that material would actually double. So there are quite a few things which were spoken very widely during, you know, after there was no bidder in the tender, and then the consultations were done. I don't think the feedback has been taken in a correct manner. I suggest one more consultation round be conducted among. Otherwise, I am very sure you will not find a bidder again after having done everything.
Thank you, Mr. Rami. We have, in fact, MBPA has noted down all the feedback, and we have received feedback for getting or allocating a entire 14-15 hectares of land. Currently, we are estimating around 1,500-1,600 yards over a period of 15 years. Now, somewhere we have to start with, and we can't start with that capacity. Now, whatever we have already provided 9 out of 14 hectares available in the Princess Dock, and what is left is just 4 to 5 hectares. Government has cautiously decided to give it a chance and develop the other part of land later on. So one thing you must appreciate, that from 8 hectares to reaching to 9 hectares also was an very appreciable decision by the Mumbai Port Authority. So regarding if the number of yachts increases, there would be definitely other facilities coming up on the other coast on Navi Mumbai side or Alibag side. That's what I could say. Any other questions, sir? Thank you very much. Thank you, sirs, and thank you all the participants for listening to me patiently. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ketan sir. I'll request you to be on stage for just one more minute. And may I request our Deputy Chairman for JNPA, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation and a memento to Ketan sir. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and sharing your insights and your valuable inputs. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And with this, it's time for our next session. Yes, we are closing towards the finale. Our next panel discussion is for opportunities for row packs in Maharashtra. And to moderate this session, I have a gentleman who's a master mariner, and he obtained command of a vessel in 1985. He joined the Mumbai port as pilot in 1990. He retired as Deputy Conservator of Mumbai Port. He was on deputation as Chief Ports Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board and has acquired in-depth knowledge of Maharashtra coast. At present, he is with the Mumbai Port Authority as advisor on marine-related issues. Please let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Captain Anand Karkare. And he has his own unique style of introducing the panelists, so I'm going to pass on the mic and the baton to him, for him to introduce the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm here to do the moderating session of this opportunities for RoRo and RoPax in Maharashtra. Today we have the representative of the companies which I would say in the real shippy language, they dare to trade into uncharted waters of uncertainty. One is from Gateway of India to Mandwa, which was, umpteen number of times, at least 3 or 4 times, it was tendered and it didn't come through. And finally, M2M Ferries is the one who managed to start and show it to the entire community that it is possible. So I will invite Mrs. Devika Saigal Kapoor and on the stage. She is a CEO at M2M Ferries, and she's at the center of India's waterfront development. That is her passion. She's dedicated to redefining waterfront spaces and setting new benchmarks along the way. Being a third generation in maritime industry, it is not only her passion, but runs in her blood too. With a master's in international management from the University of Bath, UK, and over a decade of experience in marketing and project management, it has her personal commitment to bring a world-class experience in the city of Mumbai. Devika's vision is to launch a first international standard RoPax service to a local city, comes from her years of research into waterfront destinations across the world. Her forte has been transforming waterfront recreational spaces. If you have visited Mandwa earlier, say way back in 2010 or something like that, and now you'll see a vast difference over there. Means even I could not imagine it could be developed that well. And this is the one, M2M Ferries has been a well-received service across the state. And for a matter of statistics, they have served almost 5.5 lakh passengers, excluding the COVID period, because that was very unfortunate. They inaugurated, and just 2 days after that, the COVID lockdown took place. In spite of that, they managed to service 5.5 lakh passengers, about 1,10,000 cars, and 30,000 bikes. So, in fact, what I would say that the M2M Ferries has given an indicator, and they have instilled the confidence, particularly last 2 monsoon season, that it is possible to carry out the commuting of passengers safely across the harbour. I have invited Captain Devendra Mandral on the dais. He is the CEO and Director of Indigo Seaways Private Limited. He is the one who has actually he's ventured into the RoPax business in India, and his company operates India's largest RoPax vessel. The one I remember the name was Voyage Symphony, if I'm not mistaken. And they're operating at Gulf of Khambat between Ghoga and Hazira. Captain Mandral, he obtained and he commanded in 1986, just I would say, compared to me, the same batch about. He holds a full-time MBA in Strategy and Finance from Trinity School of Business from the University of Dublin, and has done research project at Dublin Port with World Bank on port reforms, building sustainable competitive advantages and port growth, challenges faced by the mid-sized container terminal serving. Also, he has the graduate diploma in logistics and supply chain management. He has got a master's degree from, of course, from UK. Then he has got various other qualifications, like he has got a diploma from the IIM Ahmedabad, and he has been in the part of the group of Vedanta, Aditya Birla Group, and he has commanded various type of ships. So this kind of a knowledge on board the ship as well as on the shore, that particular knowledge has brought him into this particular RoPax RoRo services. And the service which has been going on, earlier it was operating between Ghogha and Dahej, but due to operational difficulties, then it was shifted over to between Ghogha and Hazira, and it is quite successful. And in fact, I would say that the statistics here, they show that they have served about 6 lakh passengers, 1 lakh four-wheelers, 25,000 bikes, and about 50,000 tons of cargo. So the both of them have got experience to tell us. We would like to, listen, get first-hand knowledge about that, how they decided upon to start with, and what are their difficulties, what they experienced, and what is their future plans, and what they would look for to start a new area. This is what our discussion would be today's session. Hello. I will invite Captain Mandral to tell us how he decided to start with the operations, what made him think that that kind of operation of RoPax Rural Service is possible in Gulf of Khambat. Yes, I know that there is the main concern always is that if you have a short, the time period, like our sir, Chairman sir has given in the presentation earlier, that the distance saved, the time saved was from 10 hours to 4 hours because of the journey. But what made you think that it was a possible and doable business? So if you could tell us some about the insight about your initial operation. Yeah. If you want, you can give the presentation, not a problem. So please put on the presentation.
Where is the... Oh, this one. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm so happy to see the chairman of GNPT, Shri Seth, and chairman of Mumbai Port Trust, Shri Jalota ji. I have been interacting with both the gentlemen on these projects, and I'm so happy to be here. We were probably the first, Indigo Seaways was probably the first company which ventured into unknown charted waters of RoPax. And as it was said earlier, what happened to M2M Ferry, the same thing happened here as well. A number of times tenders have floated, and somehow, they never succeeded. When you do new things, this is what happens. There were huge challenges to us, especially in Gulf of Khambat, where the tide range is 11 meters. Can you imagine the water climbing up 11 meters and then coming down by 11 meters? And that is not only the height of tide, what it matters is the amount of current that comes in the 6 hours of time. The water has to flow in from sea to build that height, and then in 6 hours, it has to go out. So that's been a big challenge. And the challenge also brings across what kind of siltation will come in and what kind of dredging will be required to maintain the depth. Because the RoPax ferry services, as I have my partners here, M2M Ferry, and we have closely exchanged our notes because we launched before and then they came in. It's utmost important, just like airline services, train services, bus services, a schedule has to be maintained. And the people will use these services based on the schedule. And therefore, we also have a portal, just like a railway has a portal, just like airlines have a portal, Make My Trip has a portal. We have a portal where anybody can book the ticket anytime. So unrestricted services and scheduled services are the crux of this business. So if I were to tell you, that's how we started in 2000, and I'm going to walk you through the history a little bit. That's how we started the project in 2017. We were honored to have our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi with us, and he took the courage of traveling all the way from Ghoga to Dahej. A lot of questions were there. He will not come, he's not going to take the journey, security, and I was so fortunate that I was with him, and it was wonderful having him on board and sailing in. Since then, there was a small ferry we operated. Since then, things have changed a lot. Then we went into 2018, we went into a real RoPax. You could see the photograph of the RoPax here, which has a carrying capacity of 35 trucks, each weighing about 40 tons. It's got a carrying car capacity of 100 cars. It's got a capacity of carrying about 550 passengers. A draft of 4.15 meters. And we went into that. The vessel is double-ended because it works like a bridge. And you come to one port and you open the bridge, the cargo goes like this, and then the second time you load the car like this, they are heading the other way, stern, and when you go to the next port, you use your stern ramp and everything goes out. So it's more like a bridge between the two ports that you're working on. So if I were to quickly go through and say that what are the really challenges and advantages the RoPax has, it decongests the national highway, resulting in positive reduction in carbon emission. And what most important, I was just taking down the figures, is the road accidents. If I were to give you a short figure, which I got from our Honorable Minister, Shri Gadkari ji, that the road accidents in 2019 that have come to is 4.4 lakhs, out of which we had 1.5 lakhs of fatal accidents, and 4.5 is about minor, other accidents we had. If we see the highways, which account for just about 5%, the total accidents that have taken place is about 55%, out of which 63% have been fatal. So one of the things that comes around is that you remove that accident part of it. And I think all of us have to agree that we talk about the hospitals, we talk about emergency services. At the end of the day, it's the government and our taxpayers' money. So are we going to reduce it? Yes. The RoPax is going to do that. So getting back is the advantages we have. It decongests the national highway, resulting in positive reduction in the road accidents. More importantly, the fatal accidents. Environmental impact, if we were to say, it has a net reduction of CO2 emission and decrease in fuel consumption. I will just put a small figure here. The time that we've been operating the ferry, we have saved, as per our calculation, 5,748 tons of CO2 gas, greenhouse emissions. That's a huge thing. And that's only when we're running one ferry. If we were to have what our Honorable Chairman are looking at between Mumbai and Gujarat and JNPT and Gujarat, the figure would be much higher, sir. So then we have economical impact, that does the reduction in the transport, increase in capital asset utilization means the truck driver would probably rotate it much faster, increase in earning opportunity, overall positive impact on the business, and more importantly, better and easy access for education and employment, and much improved family life. I'm not talking my perspective coming in from Gujarat, where we have Saurashtra, which is more of an agriculture-based economy. People for employment come down to Surat. in the diamond and polishing industry and textile industry, and they're not able to go back home, probably for a month or for 2 months, but with launch of the ferry service, every weekend they go. Saturday they go, and then Monday morning they are back. So that makes a very good family life. Then we look at it, what are the challenges we have? If something is so good, so nice, probably today, RoPax would have been running everywhere, but that's not happened. So why is this happened? So we would like to, look at the challenges we have in operating the RoPax. And if you were to see the challenges we have is, RoPax operators today are under tremendous financial constraints, immense pressure, because fuel prices, what are we doing? We are actually competing against the road and rail network. Road and rail network are subsidized over 50% by the government. It's a responsibility to do that. That's why they elected. And we are today competing against them. So I call the RoPax, actually it's a mass water transport. So without the support of the government, the RoPax, the water mass transport is competing against, so it's very difficult to compete. RoPax trade is in direct competition. And we have to realize that bus leaves every hour. Train leaves probably, I come from Surat train leaves every hour, so can we have a RoPax leave every hour? No. Because it's got a huge capacity, capital investment is huge, ports will not be able to take it, so probably after every 5-6 hours would be a time when it will leave that. Hence, what is required that probably the central government and the state government both have to come and support, because there are many advantages which are direct benefits and indirect benefits which the government and the people get over it. There has been a continuous increase in operation costs with respect to the increase in fuel prices. The fuel prices have skyrocketed. When we started the services in the last 1 year, if I would say that diesel oil went in from 80,000 rupees per kiloliter, today we are paying 1.24 lakhs kiloliter. The fuel oil, VLFSO, which we use as a heavy bunker, went from 40,000 rupees per KL to 84,000 rupees per KL today. But we are not able to increase the freight rate, primarily because we are competing against a heavily subsidized network. So sooner we try and take a freight rate up, the consumer says, hey, look, I've got another route, I'll go and take that. Then what we have to also, the challenges we have is any RoPax services that operate, because it is just like an airline, like a bus, like a train, it should have 24/7 uninterrupted schedule. It should be good enough to safely carry the trucks, and trucks for today's age. You can't say we make for 7 meters long truck. Today the trucks average about 10 to 12 meters long truck. Speedy and hassle-free clearance, the movement of the traffic, economical, easy and affordable maintenance of infrastructure. Then going forward, I would like to also put across what is the global acceptance of the what is the global acceptance of the water mass transport? RoPax are mass transport system and have an advantage over the other means of transportation with respect to carrying of large number of human beings, trucks, cars, passengers, and the infrastructure cost is very low compared to what we spend on the road. It's fairly less infrastructure road. Then we have globally, I did some studies on it, and I also went to US and Canada. And I spent good about a month over there trying to understand how do they run. If we go to Vancouver, and if you go to Seattle, Puget Sound area, so we've seen it there, The globally RoPax trade, even the most advanced countries like Canada, Vancouver, BC ferries, I've covered all the routes over there, US in Seattle areas, Alaska, Alaskan ferries, Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, Europe, which carry the passengers, cars, and vehicles, are considered as an extension of road and rail network. Therefore, they are provided the same support from the government what they would provide to road. Therefore, thereby they reduce the cost of operation, and thus in these areas, RoPax have become lifeline to ordinary people. Rest of the things I think will come up when we talk about the challenges, and during the system when we talk about it. These are some of the figures that we have carried. It's pretty impressive figures. If we were to put you the total figures that have carried till date, and considering that we had COVID in between, the total number of passengers that these vessels we have carried is about 5.9 lakhs. The cars we've carried is 0.94 lakhs. The bikes we've carried is 0.23 lakhs. The trucks we've carried is 0.49 lakhs. And the net CO2 emission that we have saved is about 5,748 tons. And I think that's a pretty impressive figures, and thus considering that we're having one ferry, if we were to have 2 or 3 ferries, I'm sure that the figures will be much lucrative. Rest, I will, when we sit in the moderation, we'll go through it. Thank you very much, sir.
I'll come to Ms. Devika. What actually this, as I said in the opening remark, that initially the Marwa was advertised by the Maharashtra Maritime Board at least 3 times that I am aware of. And the 4th time when it was advertised, your company decided to bid for it. So what was the kind of a point you considered for bidding for it? And what has been your main key point, I would say the triggering point for bidding?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Captain Kaikai, for the lovely introduction. And I think Captain Mandal has also put down a lot of points which will come in discussion. But the main reason that we went forward and we want to do, we've been operating the port at Mandwa as a passenger convenience terminal for the last many years. We've seen that purely giving passenger convenience amenities like whether toilets, whether restrooms, we've opened restaurants, we opened an amphitheater, shops. That itself helped the footfall go from 2,000 people to, at a time, we've seen 8 to 10,000 people daily. And that gave us a confidence to see that people are interested to commute between this region. The ferries have been operating over the years. The speedboats have been operating over the years. The road travel is about 3 to 4 hours. If something can be brought in to decongest the roads and make a quicker accessible, it will help. And that was the reason we went forward for it. And also, it's a way in bringing Alibag, which is like a suburb of Bombay, bringing it closer to the city of Bombay.
And now, you must be aware, like yesterday, MMB had given the presentation regarding the development of RoPax berths they are developing. Like, for information, the people who didn't attend yesterday, Maharashtra Maritime Board is developing RoPax at Mora, which is a north of the Uran, close to JNPT. Then other one is at Karancha, Revas, and at Kashid and Digi. So these are the primarily RoPax berths. In fact, we have one company's representative. In fact, they have ordered one Ro-Ro vessel to operate on that Mumbai ferry of our RoPax terminal to Kashid. Digi. So considering this, primarily these are the areas where we envisage, like Mumbai Port Authority as well as Maharashtra Maritime Board, that there is a potential for development of passenger service. And we actually, another one is that on NW53 we are aware of, that is on Vasai Creek primarily. That is at Kalher, starting from Bhainder, Kalher, Kolshet, and then extending right up to Dombivli. So there the draft is less, but it is a relatively sheltered area. So these are the points which have been identified for development of ROPAX operations. So do you think that you have an opportunity for this kind of terminals what government is developing?
Yes, there is opportunity, but like we said, it is important that we, at the grassroots level, that the policies and support is given for it to go further. Because today, while we may have carried so many X number of passengers, we've carried cars, we carried buses, bikes, everything. But at the end, there are certain bottlenecks and challenges that we face on a daily basis. For example, the main challenge that we're facing between the Bombay-Mandwa route today is a dredging issue. We have siltation that's going on continuously, and there's a draft restriction over there. So because of which we don't have the most optimal timings to enter the port. We probably have to enter the port at 7 in the morning or 10 p.m. at night when the high tide is there. And because of that, we are competing against road travel, which is 120 kilometers, versus by sea, which is a 1-hour drive. So our main thing is, while we would be interested to look at other routes, there's a potential to enter every other route, but issues like extending the breakwater, giving like the Mandwa Harbour today, monsoons were operating fantastically for the last 2 years, but unfortunately we can't be in Mandwa beyond 45 minutes to an hour because it's not sheltered enough. The breakwater is not long enough and doesn't keep the area protected enough. So while these are just small of the some points that we need to look at, and we need to help. I think every operator is facing its own challenges, but if we come up with these solutions, it will help, and we can definitely look at every other route, because the roads are, there's no more roads to build, there's no more anything else, more roads to build, but the waterways are open and we should decongest the roads.
I'll come to Captain Mandral. Mumbai port already has a berth, ROPAX berth at Perivaf. Then we have another for Ro-Ro berth exclusively in Indira Dock. You must have seen your vessel was there at berth for some time. And also the JNPT is developing, in fact is about to get completed the Ro-Ro berth at JNPT. So considering that, do you think that you have opportunity of Ro-Ro and ROPAX operation connecting not only within Maharashtra but adjoining state, like your main forte has been Gujarat. So service between Gujarat to Mumbai, JNP, or any other ports in Maharashtra coast?
Yes, Captain Kakare, we have been looking at it, and the new vessel that we brought in, having learned from our experience of operating the first vessel, the newer vessel that we have, the latest edition, has got a larger capacity. We can carry about 67 trucks and over about 550 passengers. Similarly, we can carry about 100 cars. The route between Gujarat and more so over the northern Gujarat, Saurashtra side, the new routes could be Pipavav or could be, Mool Dwarka, which is one of the projects which has been launched and probably will be inaugurated soon. And for that matter, Ghoga as well. The whole idea of the ROPAX that I've understood in last 4 years is, what benefit are we going to give it to our customer? It has to be customer-centric like any other business. So if there is a saving in time, definitely we would be interested. We have been talking with the government and the port trusts have been talking with us. Our vessel is also very suitable for it. The only thing that I would request is that somehow, how do we make this service commercially viable? We as a company have eroded a capital of 170 crores in the last 4 years. And that's a huge, for a small company, to erode that kind of capital is a huge capital. And today the banks are not willing to lend us any money, because today our asset, if I were to say, sir, our contracts is for 10 years, out of which 3-4 years have gone, you have a 7 years contract period left, you take out earning from it, your assets has been demonetized, and you take a look at it, it's not there. So the government has to come and look and support. And how the support can be, One of the way to support is what happens abroad if I were to bring, because they're very successful abroad. The government over there gives a subsidy per passenger. The last figure that I had checked up with British Columbian ferries, BC ferries, was close to about $7 per passenger. The government gives a subsidy. And that subsidy goes to the operator. So operator gets about 60% of his revenue comes from his operation, and the 40% he comes from the government subsidy. So similarly, if you take a look at it, I was reading the tender, I'll be happy to share with the authorities, of the regional connectivity services in air under UDAN. A service starting from Surat to Amreli, which is practically our route, on a ticket of 1,661 rupees, that is 1,661 rupees, the government or the MOCA is giving a subsidy of 3,196 rupees. I'm not here telling that we need subsidy, but I'm saying somehow the business has to be made economically or commercially viable. Once the business becomes a commercially viable, there is plenty of movement of goods to take place. So what are we looking at? We are looking at that, can the government support in terms of, we have three segments of our costing. One is that can we have port dues reduced or waived off, the berth hire charges, other port dues, tuggage can be reduced. That is one element. But the major hit is on the fuel cost for us. Can there be something work out? Either we get duty-free fuel or can be subsidy. And I think with these two things, if something can be worked out, we are definitely willing to operate the services because, it's a good service, it's a service to the nation. And moreover, we see a future. Shortly, central government is talking about launching a port in Pipavav. From Pipavav, they want to start. If you do from Pipavav, you will come across straight to Mumbai. Otherwise, the truck from Pipavav goes all the way round and then comes down. So there's a lot of saving of time. The second port that is coming up will be, tender has already come out, is Mool Dwarka. And from Mool Dwarka, if you do, it is even better. Mool Dwarka, you cut across straight and come down to Mumbai. So there's a huge saving. Ghoga is talked about, and Ghoga could again be a good run. The trucks from Gujarat, Bhavnagar area, they right now turn all the way down to Baroda side and then take the route and come down. They could come down straight. So it's the commercial viability. If the commercial viability can be worked out, sir, we are more than happy to operate.
If I may add, talking about levies and taxes, today itself, as our ticket price is for passengers 400 rupees. But in the ticket price itself, we have 6 hidden costs. We have, we're supposed to pay an embarkation fees, a disembarkation fees at the DCT, which comes under BPT, and that embarkation disembarkation fee at Mandwa side, which comes under MMB. We have terminal rental charges at both ends. We have port dues, berth hire charges, revenue share overall. So there are 6 kind of levies, which in the long term, this will not work well if we can't factor this and make it, concise it down. And coming to the fuel part, yes, fuel is a big cost. We've seen the fuel rise to what we started at in 2020. The fuel cost was, I think, at 70 rupees. To today, it's about 130 rupees. And that's because we're buying industrial fuel and bulk purchase. And that fuel, the taxes on fuel itself is about 50 to 55%. So today, duty-free fuel is given to coastal container movement. So why can't the same policy be extended to the RoPax industry? Which is, again, we are in a passenger convenience service, a passenger movement, and like Sir has pointed out, it's mass passenger movement.
Okay. So I got that point. The other thing what I wanted to know regarding is recently the government is also proactive. In fact,
I'm sure that you also got the draft guidelines on the Ro-Ro and terminal as well as the vessels. The guidelines have been distributed to the various port authorities as well as to the private players, and they have asked for this, ministry has asked for the suggestions. So I'm sure that whatever you have these points, those have been informed to the ministry. The other thing I must say that whatever the things you have talked of regarding the issues of subsidy or the kind of a exemption from port dues charges and the one, all this one has been considered by the, in fact, the blue economy. You were also part of that group, working group number 10, and it was number 3 was that our was the coastal and inland waterways transports. In that, all these things have been discussed, and the ministry has been apprised of this one. So let's see how things work out on this account. The other thing what I want to know, whether both of you are considering about now the future is of the green shipping, because as you said just now, the prices are rising up, the ticket is, because that you have to increase the thing. So what is your take on that?
As far as the green shipping is concerned, I think we have taken a baby step. We're very happy. We were deliberating it in depth. I was deliberating in depth with the management that should we be going for solar energy to run the ship? And if we go for solar energy, what kind of solar energy will be able to get it? We worked a lot, and I'm happy to tell everyone that we have installed on the new ferry, and Bombay Port Trust was extremely generous to us to, give us the berth, the extra time we needed. I know a number of times I ran to Chairman Shri Jalota ji, sir, I need time, give me some more time. But we have installed solar panels on our ship, and that solar panel gives me 90 kilowatt of power. And if I were to work out today, my payback period, the payback period for that is just 6 months. Now that could happen for one reason, because the fuel prices went up, so my payback period came down. But we had worked a payback period for about one year and a couple of months, 3 or 4 months, but it came down. We're very encouraged with it. So we are looking at it, how can we increase the solar capacity? And it's a great initiative. The sun is there shining for us. We need to see that, is there any other way we can do it? But if we could do something like that, so that's going to cut down our operating cost. And that will be great benefit. So we have already done one thing. We are looking how to add some more solar panels on it. And hydrogen fuel is one thing coming up, but for that we need to change the whole engine designing, but that will take a time. So coming to the point on the great government initiative they have taken on the draft guidelines for the RoPax and Ro-Ro, we have participated and put our views. And if I were to sum down before all the members here, it comes down to the 4 things. Number 1, how do we make this great service economically viable, commercially sustainable? And when we talk of, and there are a number of factors come in. One is cutting down, reducing the operation cost. The second thing, how can we give a surety to our client that if we have, said the vessel leaves at 9 o'clock and gets to the next port at 1 o'clock, so we have sufficient water for it, then it can go, so there is no uninterrupted. So the vessel is uninterrupted in its, operation. I think we have been getting time and time complaints we were getting earlier, not now. On this timing, we were shifting the timing, tried to do with the high water, missing out the high water. So that was bad thing. So I think the government, central government, has taken great initiative, and they have looked into it. So that's not good. So that's one thing. The third thing is that when I talk about the commercial operation of the vessel, and it to be economically and commercially viable. So one of the factor comes is that when I'm operating a vessel from Gujarat to Maharashtra, they're just close by.
can we not bring our vessels registered under the IV Act? Now, Inland Vessel Act is because where the vessel is operating in the confined waters, the requirements are a little less over there. And the government has then made a 5 nautical mile corridor that if you are under the IV Act, you could use the corridor and come down. And therefore, if I operate my vessel under the IV Act, sir, in our calculation, our operating cost is down by almost about 55 to 60%, sir. And that is how we are competing with the roads today. So how can we do that? There have been, discussions on it, and everyone has participated, and some positive results have come out of it, sir. I must admit, there have been positive outcomes of it. So that is a one segment, how can we, have ease of business, vessels going from point A to point B. I think if we were to look at this couple of points, it's a wonderful business. It does great saving to the nation. Last mile connectivity is an issue, but fairly well addressed by the government and the port authorities, so I have no complaints about it. But operating cost and commercial viability is what we need to look at it. Otherwise, the kind of people we carry, sir, 500 passengers. Think about 500 passengers, 100 trucks, 100 cars going at one time. And with that, one more thing that I have to add, it happens on our trade, I don't know it happens for you, because we have a passage, we have a long haul. I will say I'm a long haul and they are a short haul because I do a coverage of 54 nautical miles. And I think M2M ferry does about 10 or 12 nautical miles. So we had, people use it as a cruise. They are using the ordinary people who don't have time or the money to go on a cruise, they use these ships as a cruise. And in Gujarat, they're so happy, they do a lot of Garba dancing. In fact, when we were designing the new vessel, I had put the seats on top and then we had to remove the seats to ensure that when we are taking a passage, they do Garba dancing. And by the songs, we can know that are we getting today our passengers are from Maharashtra because they play a different music, if they are from Punjab side or if they are from Gujarat side. So great entertainment for people. We must look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
if I may add on just the draft guidelines part, two more points to add is, one is for the concession period. The concession period should be at least 30 years because a short concession period is not very viable. Again, it doesn't make a commercial viability. Second point is, unlike Indigo, we are not permitted to carry cargo. So the policies differ, where our trade permits only passenger vehicles. We are not permitted to carry cargo. So worldwide, even in Gujarat, cargo is permitted to be carried on RoPax vessels, and same should be extended to other RoPax ferries as well.
Okay. So summing up, what I would say that these are the points what we had noticed, and of course, I'm sure that these all have been communicated through the working group for the blue economy, and as well as the guidelines for the RoPax vessel, which is a ministry has asked for. So thanks a lot. In case anybody has to ask any questions, then we can, floor is open. Mike, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gautam Pradhan. As Captain Karkareem just mentioned about the new RoPax which is coming, actually it's from our organization. We will be launching our HAC craft from Mumbai to Dighi, 260 passengers. As the panelist, I would just want to know, of course they have faced challenges, similar challenges I have faced. So there are two parts I would like to mention and I take some guidance from your side. One of the things is what I have noticed that when we go to the bank for any funding, first thing is that they keep aside that RoPax, they are ignorant about this whole service. So this is somewhere we need to educate them also, and we need support. And second thing, for me to go to Diggy, I just want to ask Mrs. Sehgal some few points or some advice what she would be, because she knows this sector quite well.
So for the Bombay-Mandwa route that we've been operating, the main challenges like we face that I've put out is dredging is a major concern, and continuous dredging is important to keep the route and making sure we have optimum timings and optimum, because the time is a constraint. I mean, I'm not sure how long the Diggy route will take, but for Bombay-Mandwa it's 1 hour by sea versus 3 hours by road. So we've been very particular and been very punctual in our service. So we have a 99.9% punctuality record, because of which we've never waited for anyone, and that's been responded in a very well way. But unfortunately, due to tide restrictions, we've not been able to operate at the most optimal timings.
I will just add up to the gentleman's question. What will be I think what he was asking was, one is the financing part.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yes, and the second thing is, probably what are the challenges you're going to face? I will probably narrow down and say what you're looking for, what are going to be your key success factors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So financing has been difficult. We have been facing, I can see, someone shaking his head, because we both have been through the same grind. It's a difficult, proposition. The rates are high. Private lenders are not coming through. So I don't know how we can get away with it, but that you have to find a way out. But the key success factors, certainly having, worked 4 years on this trade. And just to give me a little background, before that I was working in Ireland, Dublin. And Dublin being a small island, even if you have to give your wife a rose in the morning, so that has to be shipped all the way from Rotterdam and come in the morning so that, it's driven out. So that kind of economy they work on. Schedule is very important. If you can maintain schedule, if your customers can say that, yes, I take morning 8 o'clock or morning 6 o'clock, can I be there at so-and-so time? I think that's a key success factor. The second thing is the comfort for the passengers. It should not happen that, you are just pushing them up and those people are not comfortable. Because imagine in the high sea, HSC crafts, they have a high speed, but they also pitch a lot. So you need to see the customer comfort. And the third thing, as a consumer, we all are consumers, you must see what's the right price. If you have this combination of 3, you're bound to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Right here.
Good afternoon. Actually, we have been in JNPA, we have been actively involved, both the construction part, and even last week we had a stakeholders meet, which our chairman sir had chaired. A lot of comments were received, and the guidelines, draft guidelines are under preparation. So I requested Manral Sahab also to share it officially with us. Just a question, Manralji, that we are looking at the service from JNP to Goga or JNP Hazira. So in the present context of the IV Act, you said there is a difficulty in that. With the present statutory requirement, that may not be possible. That is what you are meaning. That is allowed only 5 nautical miles. So unless that is changed, the JNP to Hazira Goga will be a difficulty?
Yes, we remembered we participated in that, and I must thank the chairman. He was so patient, he was listening to things so nicely, and he made a note of it. I personally was connected to him on the Zoom, and I was impressed. Yes, the challenge, one of the challenges, physical connectivity, a vessel being able to come from Ghoga. Hazira may not be very good idea, because you have a straight road from Hazira. But Ghoga, yes, because of Ghoga you take a big turn and come down to Mumbai. So Ghoga can be done. Connectivity is an issue. I think that we'll have to look at it. Can we increase from 5 nautical miles to 10 nautical miles, give a corridor? If that were to happen, vessel can come. We also heard that time in the discussion, container movement was being talked about. And container movement is probably the port trust authorities have hit it on the jackpot. The business that will come through is the container movement, because a lot of shippers from Saurashtra region, they send their goods to JNPT. I remember even when I was working in Birlas, and we had our copper containers, very expensive, 1 crore, one container, and we were comfortable sending it to JNPT than sending it to Hazira or Pipavav. There are certain infrastructure constraints at Ghoga. That is, when it was the project was conceived, it was made only for a smaller trucks. But we are working with the government, and I would also request that the port authorities take up. If we can address that bottleneck. Bottleneck is there is a sharp 90 degrees turn, the trucks come down and take a 90 degrees turn, and 40-foot containers cannot turn there. So IIT Chennai is working on it, and if that were to come through, I remain convinced that container movement is going to be a good business. It's going to be a good business, because I've seen, I was involved in the designing and some inputs given to JNPT. So JNPT infrastructure is very much in line of taking the thing. But unfortunately, we have a limitation, but that limitation can be resolved. So if the government takes up, we have already given suggestion, but container movement is a go-go. Having operating there for so long, it's a business which will certainly come through.
And one more thing to Madam, which I wanted to ask, JNP Mandwa, have you had any look at it? How would that proposition work? Because that was also asked to us during the minister's review. The Mandwa, why cannot it, so anything has been done on that? So JNP Mandwa.
Yeah, so JNPT Mandwa would be an interesting route, but we've done a trial run for ferry wharf to JNPT. We conducted a trial run last year, and that was successful, but a challenge that we're facing today is there's only a single ramp at DCT side. And that will have constraints with multiple players, multiple operators. If we have another vessel also coming in, their schedule timing, so that ramp is a constraint. I think moment things like that is solved, the backup infrastructure is given, we are happy to explore Mandwa, JNPT, or DCT to JNPT as well.
Okay. So, thank you. Summing up, what I would say that this particular issue, what we just now said, that has been already considered by the Mumbai port, and in fact the second ramp designing is at the thinking process, because already we are adjacent to ferry wharf, where the existing ramp is there or just south of it. These are the two locations which has been thought of. So that will come, but depends upon the how, it will not take much a long time to have it. And the other thing, what you said about the getting the loan, then other infrastructure, subsidy, all those things have been considered. In fact, that has been put into our Blue Economy Working Group recommendation to the ministry. So with that, thanks a lot. We are concluding the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. With this, we summarize and conclude the panel discussion. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists and our moderator. I'd request them to be on stage for a few more minutes. And may I request our Deputy Chairman, MBPA, Shri Adesh Titarmareji, to join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists and our moderators. Zordar taliyan ho jaye, everybody, as you welcome and present mementos at the same time. Can you have a huge round of applause for Shri D.K. Mandral? And let the applause continue for Mrs. Devika Sehgal. And a big thank you to Captain Anand Karkare for conducting the session and moderating the session. A big round of applause, everybody. A humble request for a group photo op all together with the entire panelists and the moderator. Answer. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for a very interesting topic and a wonderful panel discussion right here. With this, we come to the finale of Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022, a time we've all waited for. And now it's time for the valedictory function. It gives me great pleasure to invite our esteemed guest on stage. And may I start with our chairman for JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Also joining in on stage, we have our chairman for MBPA, Shri Rajiv Jalota ji. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us on stage is former Deputy Chairman, MBPA, and MD of Pipavav Port, Shri Rajiv Sinha ji. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. And may I also request Deputy Chairman for JNPA, Shri Unmesh Sharadwag ji, to join us on stage. And last but not the least, may I also request Deputy Chairman for MBPA, Shri Adesh Titarmare ji, to join us on stage. Zordar taliyan ho jaye for esteemed guests joining us. May I request Shri Adesh Titarmare ji to present a bouquet to Mr. Sanjay Sethi ji. Well, the two chairmen are saying, well, it's got to be the other gentleman first. So can we have a huge round of applause, everybody, for Rajiv sir, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody. May I also request Adesh sir to present it to Shri Rajiv Sinha ji. And a big round of applause for Shri Unmesh Sharadwag ji, Deputy Chairman for JNPA. Thank you so much, Adesh sir, for doing the honors. I'm going to request Shri Rajiv Sinha ji to take the baton forward and share a few words, sir.
Mr. Rajiv Jalota, Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority. Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. Mr. Adesh Titarmare, Deputy Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority, and Shri Sharad Wagh, Deputy Chairman, JNP Authority. Friends, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the 2 days of voyage on PPP is coming to an end, and I am speaking before you to sum up and also to supplement the discussion that we had. As was spoken, PPP has traveled now 25 years. Having started in the year 1996, when Ministry of Shipping or Surface Transport, as it was known then, came out with a memorandum of private sector participation, as it was called at that time. It has gone through many developments, and subsequently what used to be called BOT, BOOT and all that got converted into public-private partnership or participation in the port. Now in these 25 years, this participation, PPP, has metamorphosed into a very vibrant and dynamic kind of a system. As it is, the model concession agreement has gone 3-4 times of revision. And now what is being offered, as was pointed out in the discussion, is a very fair and reasonable document where balance of risks between public and private sector has been very well thought of and documented. Earlier, there was a criticism that it is highly loaded, the risk is highly loaded to the private sector. Well, when we started on liberalization in 1991, following which the private sector participation in sovereign functions like port came up, there was a learning process. It took time. Nowadays, my personal opinion is that the model concession agreement is loaded a bit against the public sector, the way it has been. So government has been very keen to attract private sector for investment in the port sector in particular, and generally in the infrastructure sector, so that not only the private capital is invested, but also the efficiency comes with that for which private sector is known. Now in these 25 years, non-major ports took a march to begin with. And as was presented by Captain Gautam, and also by Mr. Sanjay Sethi, the private sector, the non-major ports have increased their share of cargo. But from 2014 onwards, there has been a tremendous impetus of private sector investment through PPP in major ports. And as it is, what started in JNP in 1997, the first concession agreement which was signed in the country with the private sector participation, and a few days back, or only maybe a couple of days back, JNPA has done another big PPP, which was also discussed here this morning, which is the last one at this moment when I am speaking. So kudos to JNP authority for being pioneer to begin with, and now also to be a big pioneer in privatizing all cargo handling operations in the port. There is no government terminal now in JNPA with this privatization or PPP, which is the first in the country. No private port or major port in the country has achieved it. So it is a very huge big arrangements for a major port. As you know, and people in shipping and port know it very well, that major ports suffer from a lot of legacy issues, which makes the management of major port very challenging, very difficult on a day-to-day regular basis. Having worked myself in major port and also in private ports like Mundra and Pipavav, I can say from my experience that having worked in Bombay port, I found working in private ports comparatively easy to go through. You pass the order, it happens. In major port, it would never happen. Transfer from one desk to another of a clerk used to be objected to by unions, and it was also presented by, I think, Captain Gautam, that hold-ups used to be very common, and nowadays it's thing of the past. Yes, that is the result of PPP, that is a public-private sector participation where the public sector has learned with private sector efficiency. And that's a good thing for the economy as such. Now, tariff setting was a big area of criticism by private sector. But they asked for it. If you remember, who asked for regulation of tariff? P&O ports. When they bid for NSI CTN18, that is the port there, terminal there, they asked for, they said port is a competitor. They will also be operating berth. How can they fix tariff for us? In those days, port used to fix tariff through the port trust boards. And they also said there will be a conflict of interest. They will fix tariff. They can throttle us. It was a big debate. And at that time in major port, I was also associated with those discussions in the ministry. And ultimately, it was decided to have a TAMP. Private sector asked for it and got it. And they became most critical of the tariff authority of major ports subsequently. So they did not know what they were asking for. And now we have run a full circle where there is a complete freedom of tariff and level playing field with the non-major port is established. So, having gone through all these processes, this public-private partnership for development of port, not only major port, for non-major port, has got fully established. Models may differ from non-major port to major port. But there are one or two issues that I think we should consider overall. You are aware that despite our efficiencies, which we have talked about, investment, creation of facilities, supplementing facilities, increasing, expanding facilities, cargo handling otherwise, infrastructure, our logistics cost is comparatively high. When we see the logistics cost in other countries, particularly developed countries, we are about 13–14%, whereas even in China, it is 8–9%. Now, what I am speaking is read in documents and various journals, so it may vary a little bit with whatever you have read, but the fact is our logistics cost is high. And I think this is one area where we need to think what solutions could be there to reduce the logistics cost. To me, it appears that first, we should reduce, if not eliminate, the intermediaries, because they don't add much value by way of investments, by way of taking over risk, but they get rewarded for the services which they render. So the service is not commensurate with the price which they charge. So intermediaries, unless they are reduced or eliminated, I think logistics cost in the country will be one area which will be more if we compare with other countries. The second is that rail transport cost in the country, particularly in ports, are not known. Every container handling terminal has got its own rail siding or rail terminal. Time has come to think of have a common rail terminal in the port, again run on PPP basis, where the tariffs are fixed or regulated by the operators themselves by a mechanism, so that this becomes not only transparent but also less. There could be other solutions, but I think we need to think in terms of logistics cost of the country. Well, we are taking from this 2 days session quite a bit of thing in respect of RoRo, RoPax, inland water transport, which is another area of development in the country, given its huge 7,500 odd kilometer of coastline, particularly, say, Gujarat to Bombay on the west coast. This has far more opportunities as compared to other parts. And what was being thought of 20 years back has started in whatever, in a very small manner. But then infrastructure is taking place. Another area of inland water transport, which we did not know much, has also opened, like National Waterways 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. So if we look at it, the overall experience with public-private partnership has been beneficial for the country, has been rewarding for the trade, has created opportunities of investment, employment, and overall it has helped everyone in their own businesses, in their own profession. So we must at this time think of improving the standards in the private sector to a higher notch, public sector having given up its functions to the private sector. Like complete cargo handling is given to private sector insofar as the container handling is concerned. So that is where new systems, new IT platforms, digitization, new equipments, commensurate with the requirement, with the bigger size of container vessels which are coming, newer ports, etc., of which Vadhavan was talked about. So with these few words, thanking you all, and also thanking the chairman JNPA for giving me an opportunity of summing up and supplementing the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Rajiv Sinhaji, for taking us back in time and highlighting the journey forward as well. With this, it gives me great pleasure to invite our chairman for JNPA, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, for his closing remarks. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
I think I'll probably not take too much time. Mr. Sinha has really rounded up very well. Just a few points while we conclude this two-day conclave on PPP in port sector. PPPs in the country, in that sense, have had a recent history where till now, I think roads, highways was one sector where we said that we have had successful PPPs. Ports definitely can now claim to be the second sector. The other areas like water supply, etc., have had mixed results. But I think we can definitely claim a place of success now as far as the port sector is concerned. There is a popular book called Psychology of Money. We must try and understand this psychology of PPP, so to say. And when we are taking this cue from the sector that we are discussing, as was just being said, the risks and responsibilities matrix which existed a few years back has definitely evolved and right now definitely is in favor of the private sector compared to what it was a few years back. It is not to say that it is against public sector, I would not say that. But when we say, going to the example of JNPCT, the whole focus was on project structuring in a way where the private sector finds it easier, where they would believe that this whole deal is a fair deal. This is something which does not have unnecessary complicated stuff. Of course, it is completely backed by the thinking at the Government of India level, the way Niti Aayog today looks at it. You know, even things like when we talk about minimum guaranteed throughput, and today Niti Aayog tells us that even that is not required. You know, you go to the market where you try and test everything and see what you can get from the market, which makes it as easy as possible. We are now talking about no licensing fees, no upfront payments, no. So when we were now opening the RFP, it was one single figure of the royalty, and that also over the years has been evolved to a level where you find it easy to come in. Of course, this whole journey of JNPCT PPP had its own share of challenges. When we say opposition from unions, the kind of politicization that it sometimes can get, which we've had some experience there. But the two or three main things that we dealt with, which have come in very handy to make it successful. The first one was this huge experiment of the voluntary retirement scheme. The VRS was done in a way that it coincides completely with the actual award of the project, whereby going by the fact that relatively, I mean, we are lucky enough not to have those legacy issues of Mumbai port where the numbers are very huge. We were to start with a slimmer port. So if you're dealing with 1,300, 1,400 people, and out of that 500-600 go away in the VRS, both sides, for the private concessionaire to deal with the situation and for us to deal with it, becomes much easier, which is something that we worked hard on, and it probably is going to help work this arrangement very well. The second part, as I was saying before, the project structuring to be done in a way where these contract management issues which come up later. We are poor at contract management. These are evolving things. When somebody said today, today's MCA is much better. I mean, again, probably a few years from now we'll find more things, but yes, we have been working on how to deal with those issues. A question was asked yesterday in the press conference of the minister, honorable minister, where they said, but in any case, why do disputes occur in all the PPP contracts? Now the question is that it'll be foolhardy to believe that there will be, there will be no problem, no issue, no conflict. It is about how conflict management is done. It may not always be resolved fully, but it is to say that if two parties who have come together, there is an inherent space which can lead to some conflicts. I think both parties, as long as they understand that this conflict management has the right tools, is being done in a fair way, and that is what we should be looking at, rather than saying that there will never be a conflict, or it was even said that now there are no issues. I'm saying that may not be a realistic thing to say, but when I said the psychology of PPP, basically what is happening is, yesterday when Bala was saying that we are all socialists sitting here masquerading as market-friendly people. Most of us in the government, from our training, from our background, it's very difficult for us to believe in the market the way we are supposed to. And it is not to say that the market failures are not there. I mean, being a student of economics, I can only tell you that the belief comes from a certain understanding that how markets should operate. But do they also again operate the way they should operate? So that's a big debate by itself. But the psychology part there again is that we need to believe in market a little more. Only then, I like to quote this. A former boss of mine would define PPP as pop, pop, pop from the government side, which basically meant that there is no belief in the whole concept. So when you are saying that ultimately se kuch paap hi hone wala hai, so then in any case this will not go forward. Then we will only create obstacles. Then there will only be a problem. So having said that, I think this kind of interaction where both sides can come together, we try and get into some of the nitty-gritty. When we were discussing the tariff dispensation yesterday, for example. I thought it was a good discussion where we all reached certain conclusions. The other side also knows, rather than just this so-called asymmetry of information, because they think that government, somebody is just doing something somewhere. But this kind of thing helped probably both sides to understand how it looks like and what more can be done. Just a minute on how we are looking at Vadhavan project, which I discussed yesterday. There again, we thought that since ultimately this, we not only need the investment, but we need them to, meaning need the private players to run it, to operate it. So big changes in the whole layout, have been in discussion with the potential PPP bidders. So we have been looking at the project from a real partnership point of view, where the conceiving of the project, the making of the DPR, going ahead with this whole thing. In fact, some of our friends who work in our port, the DP World, PSA, GTI, they have been sort of made a part of this whole story. And according to me, that is the way to go. That is where we will be able to optimize the results of PPP in this sector. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Shri Sanjay Sethi, for always inspiring and motivating us with your words, and for having that amazing sense of humor as well, sir. Going ahead, it's now time to request, our chairman for MBPA, Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, to share his words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
I believe it's quite late for the lunch, and everybody must be eagerly waiting for it. We have already received words of wisdom from Rajiv Sinha sir, who has almost completed more than 30 years. And we have heard from, I think, quite a few amongst the panelists and speakers who have almost half a century of experience in the shipping and port sector. So basically, the summing up of these 2 days of discussions will come up as a report which we will be submitting to the ministry, and which will be shared with all the delegates as well. Just a couple of points from my end, that the policy front of PPP is still evolving. IPA, the Indian Port Association, is working with the ministry on further developments as far as the model concession agreement is concerned and the policy related issues. We will welcome any new concepts which you plan to put before the government. We can think through in the Indian Port Association by involving the private stakeholders as well, and then submit our reports on those concepts to the ministry to take it forward. So you are more than welcome. Second issue which I keep coming across in the PPP contracts, that in shipping sector, I think you should look at the long term, not the short term. The problem happens when the bidder takes the bid very well aware of the pitfalls that are there in the build contract. The pitfalls are known, and then they try to wriggle their way through the government system by taking extra. Gone are the days when this could have happened. Now transparency is the buzzword. Everybody is fearful of the vigilance agencies, and we are very well watched by everybody. So you are aware that when you took the project, it was mentioned that dredging will be done only up to this extent, not beyond. So how can you ask for more? You are very well aware that of the factors. Certain tariffs which are already there, now asking to reduce the tariffs while the contract is on. I think no government agency will put its neck out to change such conditions. So there is a difference between change of market conditions and change of constant conditions. If this differentiation is taken into account, so before any bid, the bidder should come together and ask, if you don't make these changes, nobody will bid. I think that will help cause from both the ends. It will be win-win for both, but still the government is very much willing to make the necessary changes for future contracts. That is a much easier way to handle, but ongoing contracts, it's a difficult ball game and it will keep on evolving. Though certain, still government has, I think, taken few steps more than the private sector in trying to resolve those cases. We'll always be willing to seek your inputs. Further conclaves will be happening at 7, 8 more places in the next couple of months. I think the learnings from here may reach there and some new ideas will come out, and later on ministry will come out with the final output of all these PPP conclaves. I really thank JNP authority for taking the lead in organizing this conclave at a very, very short notice and making it a success. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sri Rajiv Jalota-ji, for sharing your words of wisdom and for always inspiring us. I'd now request Sri Unmesh Sharad Wagji to share the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for being here in spite of the incessant rain today. The occasion for this conclave is successful completion of 25 years of first PPP in port sector. Since yesterday, we were discussing PPP. The subject was discussed formally in this venue and informally outside over a tea. The formal discussion, we were all present, but for those informal discussions, which I had with some people, one journalist told me that PPP means public-private panga. I don't agree with that. But his impression, because of the lot of litigations in different forums. So, any PPP to be successful, its journey should be from public-private panga to public-private partnership. In JNPA, as a concessioning authority and our concessioners, we all learn this aspect, and as Chairman JNPA said, the psychology of PPP, I think we both learned a little bit of it. That's why we are quite successful in JNPA. I thank Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shripad Naik, for being chief guest. I take this opportunity to thank Shri Rajiv Jalota sir, Shri Sanjay Sethi sir, and Adesh Titarmare, Deputy Chairman MBPA, for organizing this conclave. I thank all my concessionaires who are present here and who shared their idea very enthusiastically. I thank all my officers and staff who made this conclave very successful. I also thank all the speakers and panelists for their valuable guidance. I thank media for covering this event extensively. I thank all the participants for their active involvement in the discussion. I thank organizers and hotel management for excellent arrangement. In the end, I will take 1 minute and I will narrate one small story to you with your permission, sir. You know turkey, a bird. We all know. This bird is a big in size. That bird walks very fast but can't fly, in spite of having big wings. It puzzles us. So the turkeys also thought that they should learn to fly. So they organized one conclave like this. They hired Trident venue like this. They called speaker, the experts who can fly very high, just like we called our speakers. They called eagle, they called kites, flamingo. And for 2 days, they did brainstorming. And in the end, they thought that they got it. And the conclave is very successful. They were very happy. And after end of the conclave, all the turkeys walked back home happily. So this should not happen with this conclave. We should take away the learnings at this conclave, implement it as a concessioning authority or as a concessioners. We should do the course correction if required, so that the public-private panga can become public-private partnership in true spirit. I thank you all once again, and with permission of my chairman, declare this conclave as a concluded. Please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji, for that amazing story, and your message is clear, absolutely clear. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. May I take this opportunity to congratulate and thank each and every one of you, the organizing teams, for your combined effort to make Maritime Public-Private Partnership 2022 a grand success. Many congratulations on the 25th Silver Jubilee year, and as we walk from the silver to the golden path, best wishes to the entire team. See you again very soon. Thank you so much.